Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Wagga gaga 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 gaga.
Well, hello to everyone who is here. I saw Feral and Driver and Doc and Wolk and Quarry, and a whole bunch of folks. Some people who got shot. I'm so sorry, but at the same time, it's really funny, so your death amuses me. You know what? Alright, fine. I didn't see Feral. Feral's just invisible. How about that? At all rights.
Woe be upon ye, ancient snake oil. Ah!
Exactly. Hello, I got timed out. Yes, that is what happens around here. Hey, Celador. See, orcs make historically good goons in the sense that they're like the muscle. They're the street tough. I am anti-discrimination in my goon hiring processes. So whether you're an orc or an elf or a human or some other less representative minority, you have a place in the Arrow Kissers, because frankly, I think anyone can crack their knuckles and say,
if you want to get to the boss, you gotta get through me,
and then get beat up by a superhero. I think everyone has that in them. It's just a matter of encouraging them in order to get to the point where where they can do that. Okay, I'm sorry. I had a thought. Hear me out. Orcs and fedoras with Tommy guns. That is kind of pog. I'm not gonna lie. But I just had the thought that a bit ago, I was looking at a place where I might spend some time as like a part-time position, like just pick up something that I was interested in, where it was working with autistic, special needs, and like neurodivergent children, anywhere from like 5 to 9 or like 11 to 15, like the various ranges of ages. And I checked this out because I'm like, that sounds interesting. That sounds like a good time. I want to see if that is something that I can fit in my schedule and that I can do. Unfortunately, it ended up not really working out. But when I was there, I was like dressed up because it was like I had the interview to do it. I was just semi-formal, business casual. But I go there and one of the kids is just staring at me. Just like, are you European? Are you British? Are you from Eastern Europe? And I was like, no, I'm American. And he's like, where'd your family come from? And I'm just like, my family was born and raised in America. And then he just kept asking if I was like European in my ancestry. And I literally don't even think it was like him like speaking out or being problematic or anything. I think he was literally just curious because I was the only person there who was dressed like business casual. I was the only person there who was like somewhat formal because it was a very informal environment. It's basically like a community center. So once you actually work there, it's very lax. Because they want you to be comfortable so you can be comfortable with the kids and then the kids can have a good time. So I'm like weirdly formally dressed in comparison to everyone else. I mean, if you're white, most likely. I mean, yeah, I do know. Are you Arrow right? That would have been so funny. And I would have said no, like a liar. This is Urban Arcana. Look up Urban Arcana Hobgoblin.
The boss says you got 2 days to put that potion, to pay back that potion or you're sleeping with the Grumpkins.
No, Farrell, we're not shooting children. This is... Oh, why would it be so much fun? No, not shooting children. Wouldn't it be so much fun if I played Frostpunk? And wait, there's... In Frostpunk 2, there's chat integration. No, we're not shooting children, Milk. We're not shooting... The driver knows to cover up the evidence. Driver knows what's up. What would be so much fun is if I played Frostpunk 2, there's Twitch integration where you as chat control the council, right? I loved Frostpunk 1. What if we played Frostpunk 2, but like what we did is that I set it up so that there are legitimate factions that you can join out of game. And we kind of like have a channel, we have a Discord event. Because we've done that before, like with the Union arc and like with the Soup arc. Like if we have an event where the council will always be putting bodies in the snow and sawdust in the stew. Imagine naming citizens after chatters. There's a couple games I could do that. I mean, I could... Excuse me. Do I have a lurker in my chat called Two Hot Guys Kissing? Why have you not made yourself more clear? Why have you not come forward and communicated yourself? That sounds... well, pretty good. Oh no, my Fujoshi is showing. The government party of maximizing suffering. Listen, we've had enough of voting for the lesser of two evils. I propose we vote for the greater of two evils. Two Hawkeyes? No, who? Two hot guys. Which some might find Hawkeye to be a hot guy. Cult of the Lamb. I've never played Cult of the Lamb and I know like hardly anything about it. Is Cult of the Lamb a good game to like hop in on? Also, I feel like you've been here before, Two Hot Guys, but like I just saw the name and my brain went like, oh. Yeah, I've never played or watched anything Cult of the Lamb. All I know is that like Twitch integration, you can like build a statue. No, we're not playing Horse Planko. We're not playing Horse Planko.
What if we play the horse pachinko?
If any of the council members
instead?
vote against awful immoral things, you'll just become a Julius Caesar pen holder. Wait, a Julius Caesar pen holder? That sounds amazing. Like, unironically, I would stab someone 27 times for that. Team BL. No, 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 no. We're not gooning with the BL. You have one 3D printed? That is so funny. I mean, the only thing, like, I've seen a Julius Caesar, like, knife rack where it's a knife holder where obviously in a knife holder, there's different slits that fit different knives that are specialized to it. And then it's just shaped like Julius Caesar. But a pen holder is just one step removed enough that it's so silly. Funny enough, last time your Hawkeyes were brought up as well.
Walks into
Yeah.
the bar. He sits
Well,
down
that's
and
because-
asks, "Hey, is the bartender?"
Wait. Wait, question. Do termites like tender wood? I actually know very little about termites except that one. Okay. It's already time. You already know what time it is. We have the keys. We have the MS Paint. I'm already going to go on a little tangent. If MS Paint would be kind enough to work, it might not be MS Paint. It might be OBS. If so, I'm sorry, but let me just grab MS Paint real quick. If I can get this all. Okay, it's not actually working. Sadness. Anyway, I'll leave it up just in case. But the only thing I know about termites, tangent speedrun, they'll eat a lot of different kinds as far as I know. That's a large reason why people treat wood. Okay, Feral, we're also chatting, so let's cool it with the shooting because this is a chatting section. So if people are timed out, they can't chat. So when we're chatting, let's avoid shooting. But what it was is that in Zero Escape, in VLR,
Protective shield. Protective shield.
blah, sorry, Zero Escape, VLR, sadness. Why is it no work? Let me try this real quick. Maybe the problem is me. What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem, which has been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I cave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves? What if I'm the monster? Oh, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Okay, so, oh, there it is. Right as I was about to give up. That's how MS Paint knows my limits, and we'll put... I'm not going to continue this sentence. I just realized how weird it would be if taken out of context. But in this, there's a whole monologue a character has about termites and how they build these like mounds, which each individual termite has no way of perceiving or understanding how, why, or to what end the mound is being constructed. Every termite simply plays its part and accomplishes its termite life in its termite lifespan. So, with that, epic references go to... That wasn't even a reference. That was just me, like, saying lyrics to a song instead of singing. But, like, yes, I have listened to all of Epic. I have thoughts on Epic. And I want to make a video about Epic because I think a lot of people have different takes on Epic, and I haven't seen this one put forward. But I want to make a video on Epic. I just don't know how well it would perform because I don't know how much of my audience is into Epic. I know a lot of my audience is like into Greek mythology, and I know a lot of people who are into Greek mythology are also into Epic, but I know a lot of my audience doesn't really care. Thermite, no termite. So each termite doesn't know how this works. However, when all of the termites come together, they can make something beautiful. And then the idea was that if termites function on a lower level, of intelligence, but it can accomplish something, that is so great, so wonderful, so amazing. What's to say that humans are not the same? Obviously, humans have a much greater intelligence than something like a termite. However, what if proportionately to us, there are other beings that are as smart in comparison to us as we are to termites? And all of the stuff we've done on the planet, is to them as these termite towers are to us. They are brilliant and beautiful works of art and construction and ingenuity of a lesser order species, in the same way that our planet is a beautiful work of art from a lesser species that can't even comprehend what's going on up here. So if this is like, I think that they talk about like dimensions of intelligence, where it's just like the termites are one-dimensional intelligence, we're two-dimensional intelligence. What about a three-dimensional intelligence? Just in terms of like scale of intellect. Also, fun fact, as of today, it's been 2 years since I started dailying my my classic car. Nice. I love Greece. A teen is so cool. Could easily turn Epic into a D&D campaign. That's the thing. The Odyssey is basically a one-on-one D&D campaign. Because think about it. You have the backstory of the Trojan War, which was basically every single famous hero all came together to do awesome things, and then one dude peels off. Now, this one dude, Odysseus, he has 600 men. 600 men under his command. So, like, he's got that, but those are all NPCs. Like, Eurylochus, Polites, they're NPCs. In the actual Odyssey, they had far less character, because in the actual Odyssey, it was much more Odysseus-oriented, even more so than something like Epic. There were other named characters, but they weren't really characters. They were performers to undertake a role and then leave, and then die, really. In Epic, Jorge Rivera Iranz goes out of his way to try and make you like Polites a lot, and then kills him. And then goes out of your way to try and give like a foil dynamic with Eurylochus, and then kills him. Spoilers for Epic, I guess. But it's based off of the Odyssey, so I'm not going to spoil anything like Ithaca Saga, Vengeance Saga, because that's more like unique to Epic, but spoilers, I guess. Also, who here doesn't know about Epic? Who here is unfamiliar with Epic? Me when I spoil a 2,000-year-old story? That's the thing. I was like a Greek mythology kid. I had this book. Greek myth book. Let me see if I can find it. I had this book that in my yes. In my elementary school library, I would rent this consistently. This book was falling apart. This book was haggard. This was like an ancient tome in comparison to everything else surrounding it. And I rented this, my guess is over 5 times. And I read it over 5 times because I was enamored by it. Me, when I see the horrors, can't comprehend it. You got timed out for 10 minutes on Rory's stream yesterday? Good, you deserve it. You've never seen that? Dang. When was this? Oh my gosh, my voice. When was this made? I mean, obviously, it was in an elementary school library. I imagine these are like illustrated classic style tellings of the stories. They are neutered, they're censored, they are toned down to be palatable to a child. But this is like one of the main things that inspired my love of Greek myth. And then I read more books as I got older. Percy Jackson series, obviously. What if I just read this? What if I just read this again? Like now, like today. I would love to stream it, but I don't think I could because like copyright. Oh, wait. You flipped a coin and you got it wrong? Yeah. Yeah. Was it Carson? Was it Key Carson? Carson does that. Okay, but hot take. And I know this is going to upset some of you. And I don't care. Polites did not care about him at all. He had like a quarter of a part in Full Speed Ahead. He had open arms, and then he dies. I think so many people love him, and I genuinely do not understand why. Like, I understand conceptually that it's, oh, he was so like happy and smiles, and like that's something that everyone needs in their life. Yay. But also, I don't think he had anywhere near enough screen time, development, just face time really, to have the level of care and attention and grief placed upon him that I think everyone has. Now, I think Polites is a very good representation of the like death of innocence. Innocence. I think that fundamentally speaking, I believe Polites being like showing this alternate philosophy, Odysseus not really connecting with it but still giving it a shot, and then Polites dying by the Cyclops demonstrates the first major shift, or I suppose the second after the infant, but like the first shift of like the death of innocence. The idea that Odysseus is embarking down a journey that will change him irrevocably. Because now the one person in his life who's consistently saying, be innocent, be merciful, allow yourself to see a better future and work towards it, that is gone. And that is gone early. And it's actually, Polites dies. I know Polites is one of the men who gets turned into pigs in Circe's palace in the original Odyssey. So Arans actually killed Polites early. Polites could have lived longer and didn't, because Arans took him from you. The good calm side, the paranoid excited, and the intelligent bold. Yeah. The edgy arc. I learned more about Romans. My dad really likes Roman medieval history, so I learned a bunch of that when I was young. Listen, the Romans were kind of like awesome. Like, I understand why in the Renaissance everyone was so obsessed with, well, just antiquity. Antiquity was so goated. Like, was it problematic? Oh, yeah. It was very problematic. There was rampant issues of like misogyny, slavery, property ownership was reserved to the rich elite. It was oligarchical. It was militarized. There was constant wars going on. Quality of life was pretty low, even when you got into bread and circuses of the Roman Empire.
Did you hear about the woman who put snakes in her hair to cure migraines? Yeah, it's oddly Medusina.
I love the fact that TTS slowly but surely shifted into just people throwing puns at me. That is exactly what I want from TTS. Yeah, the roads were a big plus. Like, the idea of... Okay, so who here has heard all roads lead to Rome? Who here has heard this phrase before and does not know what it means? Like, who doesn't know the origin of this phrase? Exactly. Driver is exactly right. They literally led to Rome, because what the Roman Empire did is like, so like Rome is here, and like all of Rome is, or I suppose, let's say Rome is like this, right? Because like they're down the Italian peninsula, they're going north, there's a mountain range to the north, so they're expanding east-west. What they'll do is a population center there, population center there, population center there, population center there. What they would do is that they would build a road network to all of them, And then they would capture territory over here. And then there would be this and this. So you would go there. They would build new roads there. And then they would continue expanding out. And then there's one there. And then they might build that one there. So now, oh no, there's a rebellion right up here. Suddenly, at the capital, they can travel along an already constructed road network. And then it's just a short little hike to go fight whatever random village is uprising. And that's assuming they didn't have a standing army already up here, which they probably did. But I'm talking like if the entire countryside was in revolt, the entire standing military of Rome could mobilize and get there faster than the rebelling locals could, because they weren't traveling on roads. They had to go through hills. They had to go over plains. They had to go through forests and marshes and bogs and mountains. The Romans had high-speed transit via foot travel. And that is wild. It's been 0 days since I've been forced to think about the Roman Empire. Hey, does anyone else have the Roman Empire as your Roman Empire? What is your Roman Empire, if I might ask? Because you know the meme of just like, guys won't go a single day without thinking about the Roman Empire. Like, what is your Roman Empire that you think of every time? Well, no, so Farrell, the Silk Road is separate. That is a intercontinental trade route from Europe into East Asia. Like from Eastern Europe into East Asia, going through what I believe is now modern day Russia, popularized by Marco Polo, but not, I don't think it was first discovered or established by Marco Polo. I think because the Silk Road came into being and then fell apart. And then years later, like centuries later, it came into being again and then it fell apart again. Like it was something that was popping up and down over time. It was also an illegal like dark web website where you could buy like awful stuff. Fun fact. I like how Epic is actually kind of like a D&D campaign, and OD is the one player that likes to know the DM. See, that's the thing, bread and butter, is I don't think it's like a D&D campaign. I would say basically is a D&D campaign. And actually, I said that the Odyssey is basically like a one-on-one D&D game. Who here doesn't know that I've released a Greek mythology inspired TTRPG? Like it's like a 2-page TTRPG. It's very light. It's explicitly not supposed to be very mechanically in depth. But like I made it and I uploaded it up to itch. So let me grab. I looked up itch because I'm going to go itch.io arrow rights, and the autofills of what other people have searched was very silly. Yeah. I'll just drop that there. It's obviously not like a very well produced page or whatever, but what it is that the game is called Of Epic Deeds. And I feel like the stretching is off. So it's itch.io. So the core premise of this game, can you read this? On my OBS like preview, I can't actually read it. So let me know if like if I need to like zoom in or whatever. But this is being weird. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not letting die. I know how to do this. Whoop. Sorry, please hold. Okay. So the core premise of the game is that when you're playing the game, you start with a name. You just come up with a name. So let's make a character right now. So I will make a character and I will name this. Give me a Greek sounding name of like a Greek hero, because the name is literally just like, you could come up with something like etymologically relevant, or you could simply just come up with something very funny. Glorbius. I like Glorbius. So we're Glorbius. determine your character type. We are going to be a hero. And then describe one epithet that reflects your character's home, lineage, or patron god. So we have glorious. What is an epithet that describes glorious? So for instance, who here doesn't know what an epithet is? Do you not know what a epithet is? Because an epithet is a phrase ascribed to someone to basically keep up with, I think it's iambic hexameter, which is classical Greek poetic cadence and rhythm. So in coming up with the story of the Odyssey, Homer would not write down everything. It was all oral tradition. So basically, the way epic poems worked is that you would say, okay, starts with the Trojan War, then it goes over to like Cyclops, then it goes over to the Laestrygonians, and then Circe, and blah, 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 blah. So you would say like, okay, this gets 2 verses about it. And what I need to hit on is I need to hit on Odysseus was a member of the Trojan War. He left with 600 men, but he angered the gods before he went. So that's where it's entirely improvisation in the moment whenever you re-perform it. However, there are certain phrases that you would use called epithets in order to ensure that any line you say fits the hexameter. So for instance, one that comes to mind is gray-eyed Athena. Or helmet glancing Hector. Or lion-hearted Achilles. The idea being is that if I'm... Oh my gosh, that Athena looks awful. Let me fix that. The idea being is that if I am reciting this and I'm just kind of coming up with it on the fly, but I need to keep a steady cadence, I need to keep talking like this, I need to keep up the steady rhythm. Do you see how sometimes I'll pause and add in additional words? Because instead of just saying Achilles, I can say lion-hearted Achilles to extend it to fill up that hexameter. It's not in English, it is in Greek. So it is slightly different in terms of like syllable count and flow, but that's the core premise. That is what a epithet is. So what is an epithet that you want to describe Glorbius? It could be something as simple as brilliant. It could be something like strong-willed Glorbius. It could be loyal Glorbius. It could be radiant under the sun Glorbius. Bread-loving Glorbius. Like, that's a good answer. Old Glorbius. No, and Farrell, that's it. Old is basically an epithet. Like, gray-haired Glorbius would be an epithet. Murderous Glorbius. Comically bold. So I like comically bold. Oh, Slayer of Sassanids. Okay, so we'll do this. So this is one that reflects their home, lineage, or patron. Later, we add 2 that they're known for physically. So what we can do is we can decide home, lineage, or patron. I like comically bold too, but that doesn't describe their home, lineage, or patron or their physical appearance. Later, we get 2 epithets that just describe them, so we'll do one of those. Comically bold, Slayer of Sassanids. So these 2 are epithets that you get because you're a hero. You're such a cool person that these are like, describe who you are and what you've done previously. So someone said like, bread loving, I would say your home, lineage, or patron. I I feel like he's a barbarian, definitely not high status. See, that's the thing, is to be a Greek hero, you have to be noble. And if you are not noble, you are descended from the gods and will ascend to nobility. That is a core premise of Greek heroism. Because in the Greek mythos, divinity is responsible for heroism. So if you are not a royal who themselves are distantly related to the gods, or if you are not descendant of a god yourself, like Jason or Heracles or Perseus, then you cannot achieve such inhuman feats because you are quite literally human. That is a core premise of Greek myth. Well, welcome on in, Felice. So, someone said old. I will just say old describes their physical appearance. I will also say, I'll say black-fingered to kind of go with that they love bread. Because I'm imagining they're like a baker. And then we have one more to reflect their home, lineage, or patron god. And let's say son of madness. In that he is like the son of Dionysus, right? So we have a name, we are a hero, and we have one epithet that describes our home, son of madness, describes home, lineage, patron god. Two epithets that physically describe your character, so like black-fingered, old, and then two more because he's a hero, comically bold and slayer of Sassanids. Now, what is a fatal flaw our character has? What is a fatal flaw like hubris, wrath, avarice, lust, whatever it might be? I think it has to be wrath, knowing this community. I feel like the fan, 2 left feet. So this is a flaw that would come up in storytelling as a warning for anyone listening to this epic. This is a fatal flaw that would come up if you were to play this character and you could act in a certain way that would be detrimental to yourself, but would be in character. So like, he's stupid could be a fatal flaw. Negative charisma, similarly, could be a fatal flaw. Hubris is the most left toe is shorter. I think that y'all are obsessed with feet. He could be obsessed with feet. I don't think that's a fatal flaw. I'm just going to throw in wrath because I think that y'all are pretty wrathful. We have fatal flaw, we have 0 wrath, and we have 2 glory. Now what we do, we get 2 additional glory if we ignored any of our epithets, which we didn't. We took the epithets instead. And then this is establish a relationship with the other characters. So if this was Glorbius and also Morbius and also Slorbius, you would say like, okay, these 2 are brothers, these 2 hate each other, these 2 are lovers, like whatever ends up being, and then you set forth. The goal of this game is that as a hero, whenever you roll something, you roll 2d6. And then, if you have an epithet that applies, so if, for instance, Glorbius, who is the slayer of Sassanids, fights against a Sassanid, you would apply that epithet. So, and then because you're comically bold, you would also apply that epithet. So it's the idea of, I have 2d6, and comically bold Glorbius strives forward, and the slayer of Sassanids carves through the enemies before him. So each epithet that applies gives plus 1d6. So at that point, we would have 4d6. Then we roll all of them, and every 5 and 6 is a hit. And then if you get enough hits, that's a success. So it's kind of like Shadowrun in that you build a dice pool, you roll a bunch of them, and then every 5 or 6, a 33% chance gives you a success, or gives you a hit. So for instance, in terms of how difficult this needs to be, a notable challenge is like slaying a lion while you have your armor on, rallying your crew in the face of a terrible storm, driving a chariot in a battlefield. So if I roll 46 and I'm fighting like some Sassanids, maybe a small group of them while I'm fully armored, I would roll 46. If I get
My
at
local
least a
Renaissance
single 5
Festival
or
is
6.
casting nights tomorrow at 4 p.m. Be there or be squire.
Oh my gosh. I would roll 46, and if I get at least a single 5 or 6, I would succeed that. But if it's a heroic challenge, like if I have to slay a lion while I only have a spear, or I have to rally my crew in the face of monsters, not just a storm, or I have to lift a boulder off of my father's gear, I would need 2 successes, and so on and so forth in higher and higher difficulties. So the idea being is that you build this character with these epithets. You build a character who is comically bold, and who is a slayer of Sassanids, and who is old and the son of madness. And every time you want to make a roll, you have to properly incorporate that into the roll in order to get bonuses. And then you have a stat called Glory, which is just this lets you spend these to get rerolls. And then if you feed into your Fatal Flaw, you get Glory at the cost of eventually, if you get too much of your Fatal Flaw, the gods will test you, because the gods don't like it when you feed into your Fatal Flaw, and then you get punished. So yeah, and that's the core of the game, is that it's the idea being is that you have a group of characters, they all have these different epithets, they're all trying to maximize their glory while simultaneously minimizing how much they feed into their Fatal Flaw. And I thought it would be fun. I have not had the chance to play it because everyone who I would play it with is busy or uninterested. So that's my life. I just find it to have a warrior of godlike proportions be that bold and trip up despite his power. Yeah. Want to know what else is like a really funny thing we could do? Does anyone else have any idea of just something that we could do? Because I have something in mind. Do you mind if I suggest something? Do you mind if I give a suggestion as to what it is that we do? Boys kissing? I mean, you're not too far off. Who here recalls Guilty Pleasures? Oops, sorry. Who here recalls Guilty Pleasures? Unless I'm mistaken, this is indeed a new month. This is a new month, meaning we have a new issue of Guilty Pleasures to draw. As you can see, this was my wonderful drawing of Guilty Pleasures. I will just go through the others as well. So this was last month's. This was February's. Oh my gosh, why did I draw Shrek? Oh boy. Oh, so context here. Okay, context. I went to a white elephant party in January, and a white elephant party is everyone buys a gift, puts it in the center of a room. So like everyone buys a gift, they all put it in the center of the room. Everyone sitting around walks up, takes a gift, opens it, and then other people can either take a gift from the center or steal what was just grabbed, right? So it's the idea of everything is hidden until someone grabs it, and then you can steal it from someone else. However, it was all silly gifts. It was all just like a string of Christmas lights in January. It was someone got like a dozen hard-boiled eggs was their gift. And one of the gifts that someone picked up was a pinup calendar for 2025 called Guilty Pleasures, which had such wonderful pinups in it, such as this. So now I have. So what happened is that somebody picked that up, and it was my turn. So I walk up, I look around, I look at the person who just grabbed Guilty Pleasures, and I just grab it out of their hand. The entire room goes wild. Everyone freaks out because Guilty Pleasures by itself was silly enough. me stealing it from someone else was even sillier. So I decided in January, every single month, I was going to draw whatever that month's issue of Guilty Pleasures was. However, I'm not an artist. So what I figured is I would go by and assign challenges to my art and have restrictions on how I drew. So for instance, this is supposed to be this, but I drew it with both of my hands, using only the back of my hands and my feet, while only looking at chat. So chat saw this image and had to tell me, okay, go to the left, now go up, now go to the right. No, you went too far to the right, go left. And I was holding it with my hands, the backs of my hands and my feet, perched like a goblin. I was like perched on my freaking, so if my desk was here and my monitor was here and like my chair was here, I was positioned like this and also like this, trying to draw this. And then the best part was is that as soon as I started this, my roommate walked in, looks at me, just goes, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, this is not the worst thing you've seen me doing. And then my roommate went, "Yes, it is." See, that's the thing. But the best part is I'm doing all this, and a reminder, I have a pinup magazine in front of me as I'm like hunched over like a gargoyle, like with my mouse trying to like draw this thing, avoiding looking at a pinup, reading only chat. How do I even get ideas like this? I would say drugs, but I don't do drugs. I am unfortunately straight edge. It's boring, I know. But yeah, so I just thought it would be funny to do this. So I actually didn't. Let me open this. I want to incorporate this into. So this was February. I did this with my left hand. As you can see, I am a righty, so that did not work out very well. Let me go into. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I have to go all the way up to the top of February in the server in order to find this. Did I pin it? It would be so smart if I pinned this. I didn't. Please hold. I'm trying to grab the original Guilty Pleasures. Please hold. Okay, I mean, it's gotta be in this channel, right? I'm sorry, I'm currently trying. No, interesting. Was in it was in cool stuff. That's why. My apologies. I'm currently going through and trying to grab the reference image to show you how good this is for someone drawing with their left hand when you're a righty. Okay. So, this was the reference image. This is what I was attempting to draw. And this is what I ended up drawing. So, like, the Shrek stuff was his hair, if you can see. Like, the sword was there. I drew the abs, the big muscular, the kilt. I'm a master of swordplay, as you can see. Now let me go grab the other one real quick. My apologies. And then this one is, I think, probably my best one. This one is upside. I drew this upside down in under 2 minutes with no reference. And this is what I was trying to draw. Let me just move this over. because he is fit and ready to be tied. My apologies. Yeah, so this was the very first one I did. This one, I drew this upside down in under 2 minutes with no reference image. And this is what it was supposed to be. This is what I ended up doing. I feel like this one was pretty good. I feel like I did the best on this one out of all of them. Oh, well, don't worry, Maddie. It's all right. See, that's the thing. All of these are like just random muscular, like, men in kilts in various poses with weird, like, side things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take an image of this week, of this month, and someone mentioned the idea of boys kissing. Oh, I'm using my phone actually. Please hold. I need to shift my phone around, which means that my model is going to freak out. Actually, I'm smart. I can just do this instead. Don't panic. Don't panic. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Hi. So I just had to unattach my phone for a second. I probably should have turned off my model for that. Oops. Let me grab this. When I hear drawing kissing, my brain immediately goes to the Mario and Sonic. Oh my gosh. How am I going to do this? How did I do this before? I'm so smart, but I'm also not. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me set this up. I need the boys kissing. I need the boys kissing. You know? Do you ever just have that urge to just have the boys be kissing? Please hold. Please hold. Okay, this is not working as well as I thought it would. In the meantime, all of you, I want you to go through and think ideas. What is today's challenge going to be? What is today's challenge of drawing this going to be? What are the complications that we're adding to this? Okay, got this. Okay. Now I can upload this into Discord and cool stuff. Because initially I drew them before showing what they looked like. But then in last month, I had to show it first because you were telling me what to do. You were telling me how to draw it. So I'm kind of shifting to, I'm going to post it first. Now let me go back to my model. My apologies. Let me permit violence. Oh gosh. Oh goodness gracious. Okay, all should be well. Okay, so draw with mouth in honor of kissing. Oh no. All right, so the image that I posted in Cool Stuff. This is April's image. Do you see why I said boys kissing is kind of right? Because, like, I mean, it's not entirely wrong. Why does... okay, I don't think I can draw with my mouth, like, physically. Like, how would I do that? Upside down. So I've already done upside down. With my mouth. Draw with my forehead. With my mouth. Everyone's saying my mouth. That would be so unsanitary. Okay, so... okay. What would I do? Just... how would I even draw it with my mouth? Oh my gosh. Y'all are silly. Silly. Why are you the way you are? What? No. See, that's the thing. I don't have a pen. This is all with a mouse. I don't think everyone understands. The reason all of these look so awful is because all of these is with my mouse. I'm drawing this on MS Paint. What that mouth do? That mouth does not like lick my mouse. In case you were wondering. Maybe using the chin? I could do the chin. Okay, what we could do is we could have it be like, I use my chin, and then halfway through I have to swap to my forehead. You draw and write live so often. I thought, no, I don't have a tablet. This is all with the mouse. I use my big toe. I've already used my feet. I mean, I could use my toes, but that would be like foot stuff for free, and like that's just a poor business model. Should I invest? I mean, that's a good point, Orleans. Should I invest in like a tablet and pen because I use paint so regularly? And then I could like jump into art. Elbows? I could do elbows. Like literally just my elbows. That'd be so bad though. Okay, let's see how this. Like, if I, sorry, let me shift forward. Okay, if I, okay, I can do that. Okay, so if I was to grab this pen with my elbows, okay, I don't know if I can do my elbows. I don't think I can do my elbows. Oh gosh, I clicked something I shouldn't have clicked. But okay, I'm not doing my elbows. The feet was easier. Tablet and pen isn't going to be much better, but they are quite cheap. And I don't know if any of us know good tablets. That's true. Yeah, so I tried using my elbows. I just struggled. I was sad. Already trouble, exactly. So how about this? I can use my hands to move it, but I have to use my forehead to click it, so I can't see. Is that sufficient? Is that good? Like, anytime I want to draw, I just have to like... And then I have to like come back up for air. Also, we're about to have an ad in like a minute, so I'm just going to wait for the ad to do this, but... Okay. Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not trying to get into drawing. I think that drawing is something I could do if I was more invested in it, but I'm not. And that's the thing. Okay, I'm going to wait for the ads to go, and then my plan is once the ads come back, like the moment the ads come back, I'm going to stop. I'm going to immediately go into the April edition of freaking Guilty Pleasures. I mean, I know one of the best for Osu. I've talked about this before. Like, the only rhythm game I've really played is like Guitar Hero, obviously, but then also like Crypt of the Necrodancer. My roommate actually recently got into Project Sekai. They were in it in like years ago, and then they stopped after a couple months, but they got back into it recently. So I played like one game of that, and it was basically like Guitar Hero, it felt like, where it was just like click the proper bar when it's in the right spot. I'm not a huge rhythm gamer. I'm not someone who's super into rhythm games. I'm not someone who's super good at rhythm games, but I think it would be interesting to like try Rhythm Heaven on stream, right? Because as someone who is very bad at rhythm games, should be like 20 bones. That's like 16 doubloons at least. The bone economy is going crazy. The economy is going crazy. Okay, so we have an ad coming up. How long do I want for this? What if I draw it during the ad? Guitar Hero 3 just gave me my taste in music. That's fair. A lot of my taste in music, like the fact I'm so partial towards rock and music, definitely comes from Guitar Hero 3. It definitely was impacted by that. All right, so the ad just hit. Impeccable timing. I'm going to turn on intense music for this. because this is our Guilty Pleasure soundtrack. This is the song we put on every time it's Guilty Pleasure time, because Guilty Pleasures deserve to be respected and feared. Rhythm games are the most fun you've ever had, period. But that's because I play to get good. Yeah, I don't play to get good. I play have fun. Woo! You dodged the ad. Okay, so I'm going to shift my keyboard this way. I have intense music playing. I think after this, I kind of want to play Dredge. Like, I want to play Dredge. I just don't know if I want to play Dredge immediately. But this is going to be so silly. I'm just going to, like... Also, I won't be looking at chat for this, so just, like, TTS me if you have anything to say. Let's turn on the timer, because the timer deserves why is you not... I split it. There we go. Arrow Bronc. Honestly, Osu is still fun despite that, and Geometry Dash can be enjoyable casually. I cannot say for Rhythm Heaven. That's fair. Yeah, I played Geometry Dash way back when.
Protective shield.
I played Geometry Dash way back when, but like never got into it. What? Okay, where is? Oh, there you are. So, okay, we have a timer set up. I think we're thinking like 3 minutes. So what I want you to do is as soon as the ad stops, I'm going to start. There should be dramatic music playing. If there's not, I will play some more. Question, is there dramatic music playing? Okay. So I'm gonna change it so that it is. I'm gonna turn off the dramatic music, but I'm gonna turn it back on at the drop as soon as we start. All right. All right. We are all back. We're gonna have music. I'm gonna set a timer for. What are we thinking? We're thinking 2 minutes. Okay, we're ready. I am going to draw this using my forehead to click, meaning I can't look at it when I'm actually clicking. So I have my pen out. Okay. I think that this is where we start. 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. Just okay. I don't know what to, wait, my timer didn't start. There we go. So first off, we gotta do the guy on the left, right? So this is that okay? That's his head. Okay, that was his arm. So he has like another arm. Okay, that's his arm. His like vest. Okay, so that was supposed to be his vest. Let's give him abs real quick. Okay, I have like a minute and a half left.
Head too big.
That's supposed to be his arm. So that's one of them. Let's give him a face. Okay, so that's his face. He's got like a little bit of hair. He has his hair. Now the second guy. Yeah, so his arm like goes behind, it looks like. Okay, so that's his arm, the vest. No, he's not too big. He's fine. He also has abs. Okay, that does not look like abs. They have like matching designs. I need to draw the kilts. Okay. Kilt number 1. Belt. Oh no. I think the music's out. Okay. Should be looping. I think we have like, I'm gonna draw his hair and that's it. Okay, that's his like mullet, and he also has a beard. All right, I think that is a beautiful rendition of the April edition of Kilty Pleasures. Would you? How much money would you pay for this? It's not like abstract art. This is beautiful. This is normal. This is high class, high tier. How much would you pay for this? Like, look at how beautiful this is. You can see their abs. You can see their facial hair. You can see their kilts. It's beautiful. Half a penny, $1. Thank you, Woke, for paying at least 2 doubloons. We're crashing the bone market with this one, boys. Yeah, so in case you haven't been here in a while, this is what we do when a new month happens, is that we draw Kilty Pleasures. A penny that doubles in size? That sounds not very good. Because think about how quickly that would get out of hand. Nothing you goon for free. 3 shekels? I think it's gotta go to Orleans. Because obviously, if you say a higher quantity of something, it doesn't matter what the value of that thing is. What matters is the higher quantity. Would you rather have 1 quarter or 3 pennies? 4 piece driver. Can I get 5? Can I get 5 watermelons? Can I get 6 mangoes? 7 hubcaps. 7 hubcaps. Do I hear 7 hubcaps? Okay. This might be my worst one. No, this is not my worst one yet. They look like conjoined twins, but that is not as bad as the March edition. So this was Kilty Pleasures April forehead 2 min 30. Okay. Honestly, this could have gone much worse. I wasn't able to see what I was drawing, and I had to draw with my forehead. I'd say this is a win. Personally speaking, personally. Okay, so now we have the question of, now we've had the wonderful stimulation that is Kilty Pleasures, and it is stimulating. What do you want to do now? Are we trying to program? Are we trying to dredge? I was playing Mechabellum for free over the weekend because it was free on the weekend. But I think that it stopped being free like 2 hours ago. But let me check. Yeah, I would have to purchase it to play it. Yeah, it stopped being free like 2 hours ago, and I didn't buy it because I didn't love it, but I did think it was kind of fun. Yeah. So I could play Dredge. That's something I want to play today because I had a bunch of fun with that. It's also a yapping game. We could keep yapping. We could program. What are we thinking? Have I checked out Pathologic 3? I have only ever checked out Pathologic 2. I've only ever checked out Pathologic 2, and I had no idea what was going on. I was like, oh, okay. Oh my gosh, why is that so big? Probably because of the previous one. Pokemon? I mean, we could play Pokemon. I have that's actually a good option, is that I have a game state that I just started, which I have a shiny Charmander, and it's participating in the V-Hive Shiny Dex Challenge. I'm personally not going to be shiny hunting, but I could play a game of Pokemon with chat where I don't know any of the type combos. I don't know how the Emerald region goes. And it's just me with my shiny Charizard, shiny Charmander against the world. You got nothing? You're too focused on your own thing? Yeah, Orleans, I've heard nothing but complicated things about it. Apparently it's really fun if you like depressing complicated things, which I kind of do. I'm not going to lie. Like, that is my jam. I would make it a Nuzlocke. My biggest hypocrisy is someone who talks about games as art and how games don't have to be fun to be good. That I tried Pathologic and you hated it. Yeah. That's the thing, is that there are games out there which I personally did not enjoy, but I do not think diminishes their value. My go-to example is Nier Automata, which, no spoilers please, because I know at least one person in chat is currently playing through it right now. It's a very like highbrow game in terms of like theming, but it's also a little bit lowbrow in that like they made the main character like super like pumped up, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know, they put more polygons into 2B's booty than there are in some video games, and I don't know why they did that. Pharaoh, I like how you're just kind of shooting a shot out in the dark, just like, yeah, the main character does. Like, the most vague and like, you know, it's either true or it's not true. Spoiler for the fans. I mean, yeah, Pathologic can be fun. You just got to know going in you'll fail. That's kind of how I feel about Disco Elysium. For instance, Disco Elysium is a game I fully expected to not enjoy. Not because I didn't think it would be good, but because I understood that as a game that is so hyped up, I've had games that were hyped up before that I just didn't connect with, and that I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with that. I ended up loving Disco Elysium for a multitude of reasons. The biggest reason is probably the plot. The plot shocked me in how engaging it was and how invested I was, because normally I don't play a game for the plot, I play for the characters. And in that, the characters were generally pretty good. Obviously, everyone loves Kim, but whether it's like Titus or someone as conniving and frustrating as Everart, please no spoilers for Disco Elysium because I know Orleans is currently playing it, but I believe the dev simply said, I want to like what I'm looking at while I play, and that's fair. Like, and that's something where it's like, I am on the team that I think that in terms of, I'll call it the objectification in video games, I would prefer this to go down personally. And this is not just oriented towards women. I've talked about this before, but this also affects men too. It's just when men are objectified based on physical appearance, for instance, with guilty pleasures, what we were just looking at, it's seen as funny, or it's seen as masculine and empowering and badass. Kratos from God of War, constant, like wears like a kilt and nothing else. Great example. But I think that overall, I would prefer objectification in video games to go down. At the same time, I'm not someone who will turn my nose up at a game just because it's like being kind of weird. If a game's being a little bit weird, I can generally give it a pass if I like what the game is doing. For instance, Nier Automata, I heard so many good things about it. It was so well regarded.
Did you hear that Rudolph and Dasher got sponsored by a coffee company this year? It actually makes sense, because they're Santa's Starbucks.
Yeah. So, like, if a game is being a bit weird, like it objectifies a character, or if it makes weird jokes or whatever, the Persona series, great example of this, is like, the Persona series is pretty regularly just like, has that one scene where it's just like, why did you include this? Or it has that one character who you're just like, no, you're not. Stop it. Like that's things that doesn't stop me from loving Persona. That just means if I recommend Persona to someone, I'm going to basically give them like a buyer beware. I'm going to be like yo, watch out. The game gets weird. I don't think that should stop you from playing the game. Same thing with something like Nier Automata. Like, I think it's weird that they made the main character... Honestly, they made everyone super attractive in that game, which I think was just a stylistic choice. Like, they made 2B, 9S, the antagonists, I will say, the commander, every Yorha unit just, like, super attractive, which I think was a stylistic choice. I think it's weird, but I don't think it's worth not playing the game over. Okay, one issue is, how do we do that? We can't just make characters more ugly. That attracts customers. Also be an insult to the people based on the characters. And that's the thing, is that I'm not saying to make them more ugly, but if we look at Kratos, God of War. Whether we are talking new Kratos, wide Kratos, whether we're talking new Kratos or we are talking old Kratos, look at how much skin is showing. Look at how little they actually are wearing. Look at how little armor they have. These are supposed to be warriors. These are supposed to be people who are fighting and killing and avoiding dying themselves. It makes zero sense to have this giant shoulder pauldron and to have his chest exposed. The reason they do it is because it's cool. The reason they do it is because it looks interesting. The reason they do it is because they're objectifying him. Not necessarily for like a thirst trap, but to make him look badass, to make him look cool, to make him look whatever way the main characters or the designers want him to look. Nier Automata 2B. And then if I look at 2B, there is no reason like a hack and slash warrior robot should look like this. High heels don't make sense in a combat situation. Having no discernible armor, even though the fact that they have like reinforced skin kind of compensates for that. Like having a boob window, having super high slitted stuff and like thigh high boots and stockings. None of that makes sense from a mechanical perspective. That's all because they're like, it looks nice. We want to look at that. We want to objectify this character in such a way that they are attractive. And I don't think these are not reasons to not play a game, though I think they are reasons that should be discussed. I think that a lot of people look at this and say, oh, obviously whoever did this is like sexist, or whoever did this has no sense of reality, or whoever did this isn't trying to make a realistic game, whatever it might be. So then they just like blacklist the game for no reason. And then people who like these games say, well, you're being unreasonable, so I'm going to double down. I'm going to want these sort of things even harder to spite you because I love this game and you are detracting from something I love. And that's the thing, is that it's like Milk brings up like, oh yeah, well, if all women have a boob window, men should have too. I mean, man doesn't have a boob window. Man has full like boob exposure, which obviously men's chests and women's chests societally are viewed differently. But I would say that these are both two examples of two different characters from two different games being objectified in what is effectively the same way. It's just a matter of one is viewed as cool, one is viewed as hot. Quite literally, in that they are opposites in how they are received. That's how you ended up with Stellar Blade. I actually is Stellar Blade like the anime game where like it's super jiggle physics? Like how men can walk around with no shirt but women can't? Yeah, and that's so silly. But an actual window, European, not that American trash that can open partially. Kratos is also a Spartan and they typically fought without much armor. So that was just a Zack Snyder movie thing. The thing with the Zack Snyder movies, and I've heard like historians talk about this, is that 300 is not historical. It is I want to say like aspirational. There is no evidence that the soldier who betrayed the Spartans at the Battle of Thermopylae and who revealed to the Persians like the side entrance, he was not some like decrepit, malformed entity. There were not paraplegic, I mean, there may have been, but like there were not paraplegic high priests of Xerxes in the Persian army. I don't actually believe that the Persians fielded like rhinoceros, which is such a shame, but it was so cool in the movie. Like, this is not a movie that is trying to be historical. It is a movie that is trying to tell a story in the framework of it being a story told. This is, or is trying to tell a historical event through the lens of it being a story told. It is the idea that the movie 300 is not, here's what happened, here's how it happened. The movie 300 is, here's the story of what happened. It is unrealistic that they would have no armor outside of their shields, their helmets, and their spears. Because if you're even if you're just like a hoplite, you're going to be at least a cuirass. A cuirass, Greaves, bracers, helmet, shield. And then like a kind of like leather skirt, generally. The idea of like being all oiled up and like without any armor was purely an aesthetic choice to show how invincible they were, to show how awesome they were, to show how cool they were, to objectify them, really. And then how evil and dark and disgusting and depraved the Persians were was to demonstrate that they were an overwhelming oppositional force to the Spartans. It was not them, like that was not historically based really in any capacity. That was, it was a movie it was a movie through the lens of a bias that a lot of people don't realize was intentionally biased. Good night. Enjoy. That movie felt really ableist when I watched it. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is, because think about it. Only the bad guys have any sort of physical abnormalities. If you have a physical abnormality or disability, you are pushed into being a bad guy. And all of the good guys are super, like, basically Supermen. Which I don't think that was like intentional messaging, though I do also think that at the time there was less care for such things, because 300 was like, what, 2005-ish, I want to guess. When did 300 come out? 2007. I was actually like pretty right. Cool. Yeah, so obviously I think a lot of people, especially nowadays, ignore how much progress was made in things like social activism, whether it's queer rights or black rights, or, and I'm speaking from a US perspective, obviously, because I'm in the US. How much happened in like the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. So this wasn't like, it wasn't okay to make fun of people who weren't able-bodied in the 2000s, but it was less of a standout issue than it was like in the 2010s. There was a pretty big inflection point in the 2010s where a lot of things that were building and building and building and building for decades suddenly hit the mainstream and became mainstream talking points. I mean, fairly, yeah, kinda. That's kind of how the movie treated it. It's if you look different, if you act different, if you cannot perform in the way that you are expected to, you're a bad guy. Which, again, I think what I know about Zack Snyder, that was probably not intentional. I think it was just kind of, ew, these people are gross, so I'm going to put them in the gross people side, and then that makes them look gross by extension. But also, Sparta was incredibly ableist. So like maybe I'm diminishing Zack Snyder's creative vision, and I'm saying like, oh, well, obviously it was just him not being conscious of that because it wasn't a mainstream issue at the point and he didn't care. But it very well might have been, no, because this is from the Spartan point of view, the Spartans were ableist. The Spartans were militaristic. The Spartans saw themselves as invincible and everyone else is evil. It very well could have been that it was a creative choice to show how twisted they were. I don't think I would buy that if he claimed that, but that could be it. Phineas and Ferb is better 2007 media property. Phineas and Ferb was so goated. I know what we're gonna do today. Let's close you. Oh no, the yawn comp is starting. Phineas and Ferb is my childhood. I don't consider it my childhood. I consider it something that I watched when I was younger, but I don't consider it my childhood. I yawn. Yeah, clip it all you want. Okay, so what to do? There's a new Phineas and Ferb season. You can probably quote most of that show from memory. I could never. Like, I watched a good amount of Phineas and Ferb. I couldn't, like, I never, like, was a Phineas and Ferb person. I never really got into it. Sorry. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, it's been an hour and a half. We did Guilty Pleasures, we yapped for a bit. I was gonna do this right after Guilty Pleasures, but I could program and code, or dang, why do I, like, one yawn sets off a whole chain reaction? I think it's because we start talking about it and I start, like, continuously doing that. I could program right now. I could play Dredge. I could play something else. Also, I have a question for y'all. Please give me your answer. I'm going to swap back to my chatting screen for a second. Please give me your answer. When it comes to my streams, at present, I'm doing 2 a week. Do you want it to be something where every week I'm doing the same, every single stream I'm doing the same thing of chatting, and then like a middle section, which might be like more chatting, or it might be programming, or it might be like a small game, and then I end it with like a 4-hour section of a longer form game that I play every stream? Or would you prefer for it to be like Saturday is like stream day, like gaming day and chatting day. Tuesday is like programming and D&D advice day. Like, would you prefer I have separate days for separate stuff, or just everything in one? Not the yawn combo. Oh. I hate the fact that, like, I got this from my mother, I think. Because my mother, if I look at her and I say yawn, she will yawn. If someone else yawns, she will yawn. If someone else spells out the word YAWN, she will yawn. It's so silly. I like the setup we've got now. Switching between things during the stream feels more natural. I mean, that's the thing, is that I want to maintain the momentum, and I like having a section of chatting in the beginning, and then we shift into whatever we're doing, and then I want to make progress on whatever our big game is, which Dredge, I'm hoping if I spend like 4 hours a day, I can beat it in like 4 streams. I might spend like 6 hours today, because if I've already gone for an hour and a half and I swap right now, I could go for like 5-6 hours, and that would be pretty good progress. That was like a scream. Hello? Me? Am I all right? I don't know if I am. Okay, I'm loading up Dredge. So you keep saying clipped, but I haven't seen anything in the Discord. I could mute myself when I yawn. I feel like people would prefer I didn't, People were making jokes about a yawn compilation. So like, legitimately, and this is an actual question. How would folks feel about something like a yawn compilation? Do folks want something like a yawn compilation? I need to remember how to play this game. It's been like 3 days and I've already forgotten. So I have a bunch of research stuff. I have some metal and some cloth. You wouldn't care? Milk, are you saying that they're not actually jokes, that they were all serious? How dare you? How dare you? Okay, so I need a rotten conger eel. I need to catch rare fish. I need to find the family crest in Gale Cliffs, which means I need explosives. And then I need to find the music. So I think I know where the music box is. I think that's behind that like thing of rocks. I want explosives. Messages. Artifact manifest. Purchased from the antiquarian. So the music box, which is by Gale Cliffs, purchased from the antiquarian at Little Marrow for a bargain price. Previously salvaged from an undisclosed shipwreck, has the letter J carved on the underside, otherwise in reasonable condition. Has not been opened for fear of damaging the mechanism, pending inspection by a locksmith. Oh. So is it not in a shipwreck? Wooden mask, carved wooden tribal mask, said to bring good luck, fertility and good health, fortune, rain, and protection from evil spirits. Traded for a pair of socks and a pocket watch chain. 12-piece tea set, bone china, 6 cups, 6 saucers, acquired from an Eastern dealer. Do not use. Jar of earth, a jar containing earth from a meteor impact site, allegedly. Huh. Oh, thank you. This is why I'm so thankful to have chat, because I can just have you remember when I have Yap music playing. See, that's the thing, Farrell. I can very easily throw together an edit if people provide me clips. So we have the Cotton 4K channel. Whatever clips you have, throw them in there. Are we boys? No. Celador, we already had boys kissing. You missed Guilty Pleasures. But like, I don't know. If folks legitimately want a yawn compilation, I will put together a yawn compilation if you provide me the yawn. If you provide me the clips of like me yawning or whatever, I will put that together because I think that's kind of funny. However, I'm not going to do that just like based on myself. I'm not going to do that just for me. I'm going to do that because people asked for it. You're wondering if there was more?
Water. More yaoi water.
I mean, I don't know what goes on in my chat. As long as everyone is a consenting participant, like, you can be boys kissing, I don't care. What do I have in my inventory? I have a single crab pot. Alright, I expanded my cargo. Hog. Okay. Okay, I got all the hums from Saturday stream 2 weeks ago. Oh, waiter, more yaoi. Sorry, I thought you said
Water. More yaoi water.
I come to this channel for boys kissing and rice object permanence updates and yawning. Okay. What I'm gonna do on the Discord server in suggestions, one of you drop a suggestion to make a yawning compilation. And if enough people say, yes, we want this, I will put it together if you provide me the clips. Sound good? Sound fair?
Walter. Stop kissing Jesse, Walter. You need to cook, Walter.
Alright, I upgraded my ship. I do not remember the voice I gave any of these characters. A net! Oh. Huh. So I can put my net there. I think my net is basically the equivalent of like a crab pot, but for big fish. Do I invest in nets? I think I invest in nets. I think what I do is I go out, I fish some. Right, so remember, we want lights on, avoid ships. Where is my... Crab pots are over there. You are just arrow squids. I'm so fast, I'm so speedy. No, Arrow, net fishing's bad for the environment. Yeah, and... Do I look like I care? I'm a deep sea fisher. Oh, I forgot I can get like abyssal zone stuff. Like, I want that. That's super cool. Also scary. The deep sea is so scary. Like, if I'm actually gonna play this game, or if I play Subnautica, I'm gonna need chat to like be there for me. Okay. Can you do that for me if I ever play Subnautica? You found a shiny Spearow? Pog. You gonna get some sleep? Good night. Breaking Bad is just yaoi for straight men? Yes. Absolutely. Oh, I'm 5 off. Unpog. I could sell this basic crab pot. Oh, I should have thrown out the crab pot. Unpog. I want the net. Well, actually, do I have more net space? This is the dry dock. Cargo space. I mean, I just need 2 pieces of wood for more cargo space. I need a single piece of wood and a single... Interesting. This just in. Arrow stance on aquatic conservation. Screw them fish, bro. See, the funny thing is I know a marine biologist. I know someone who's very passionate about this. So the fact that I'm just like, yeah, I don't really care, is multi-layered for me. I'm gonna toss out the crab pot. I could sell it. Actually, this is a basic crab pot. I have better crab pots. I'm gonna uninstall. The storage. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna invest in deep sea fishing. I think deep sea fishing is the way to do it. Oh, this is gonna take like all day. My net. Previously catch fish over time when deployed. That's so cool. Okay. So we spent all day setting this up. Set the net trowel ability with E and lower it with right. Nets catch things as you move, but need... Oh. Wait, so it just trails behind me. So if I go out here... I don't currently have the ability to fish normally. But I'm hoping that I can find some shark in the ocean. No, that's Hadal Zone. Actually, nothing out here for me because I... Oh. Oh, I see that the reason Feral stopped shooting people is because Feral got shot. Does the net... I mean, I don't think that the net... I need to, like, walk through specific areas. I think it's literally just, like... Okay, Pharaoh, let's calm down. Oh, I already have a net. Hog. I'm gonna... Oh, hog. Shark. Sharp. We are so pogging. Awesome. So maybe I don't know how good the what's it called? Yeah, cause like I want the ability to catch coastal fish. I think I need to invest in a better rod is probably what it is. Like if I go here, I sell everything. That's 160, pretty good. In my, not my storage, in my research, I don't have the ability to utilize this yet. Volcanic, shallow, mangrove, coastal, shallow. Oh, I think what I need is I need to spend points on you so I can upgrade you. Yeah. I don't really care about either of these. I care about this one. Or I might not even care about this one. I might just care about this one. In terms of better engines, I can get a better engine, but I can actually get this big one over here. Pots. I mean, I have complex crab pots. Those are pretty good. I could get nets. I get an improved net. Probably should have done that before I bought the basic. The milk just became expired. I like the vibes from the music in this game. Yeah. It's low key, but it's like mysterious, right? I want this. I want to get this spooky, scary fish. I think I ignore the hydraulic rod for now. I think I keep the hydraulic rod in my storage because I need the shallow and coastal fishing. I mean, honestly, this game is very vibesy. This game is very vibesy. I enjoy this game a whole bunch. Personally, I don't go to... I don't know. I'm not too crazy about it from a, like, mechanics perspective. I don't think it's, like, amazing. But at the same time, I do think it's, like, a fun, interesting experience, right? I do think that I have not had a bad time with this game, even if I'm not, like, super enthusiastic, you know? And you mean this respectfully? Go ahead. Yep. Sounds about right. Yeah. Dang, that's crazy. You should be streaming. Okay, calm down there. I mean, you got Rory instantly. But let's not be mean to my streamer friends unless it's in a funny way, and that didn't seem like a funny way. That seemed like a mean way. You need repairs. Oh, you got... Oh my gosh. I have 2 hours remaining. Well, I can just come back later. See, Maddie, this is why you're a mod. You always strike true. You're the best at what you do. But yes, if anyone doesn't know Rory, good, I'm jealous of you. I'm so sorry. Let me sell all this. Let us repair all of our stuff. And go back out and finish our crabbing. And then what we can do is we've mostly been going to the Gale Cliffs, which we probably want to go back there soon, but I might go up to like one of the other places. Like I went to Steel Point. Actually, I need to check out Steel Point. You'll eventually learn to be funny. I don't know. I don't know if that can be taught. Oh, dredging. Hog. What is this? Is this cloth? Oh my gosh, I'm drifting. Oh, it's steel. Unfortunate. Metal scrap. I mean, it's always nice to do this, but at the same time, it's like, I don't really need this at the moment, so. I actually don't know, do I want to go like deeper? Is that what this is? Okay. Well, either way, I am hogging out my gourd. Can I fix this? I think I can. I think I go you there, you there. I think you rotate like that. And you go there. Boom. Yep, and that's the firefight. We love that. We love it when people just start shooting each other indiscriminately. Or rather, this feels quite discriminatory. It feels like you're targeting each other. Is that right? Also, the wind is going wild out. Yeah, I can't believe Rory would miss Guilty Pleasures Part 4. I know it's his favorite part of my streams. Although, I did just play Mechabellum for the first time yesterday. I had a great time with it. I enjoyed it. Okay, these are not getting me... Like, the net's not getting me that much, but also I don't have a lot of storage space, so I'm not too fussed about that. Yeah, I played Mechabellum for the first time yesterday. Not yesterday, like in the past couple days. I quite enjoyed it, but I didn't know if it was like worth the money, and now it's not on sale, so I'm definitely not going to buy it, because like, it was only 20% off, so I wasn't sure if I wanted it. But now it's not the time. Okay, let's go over to Steel Point, and we'll probably nap there. Milk got Rory. Listen, we love that. Okay, what did I actually get from it? 10% increased sale prices, 10% reduced buy prices. Of course I get that immediately after. See, I've made it very clear. I want an environment where people will just like take each other out without discrimination. I feel like this place, I feel like a lot of people have had a lot of discrimination in who they target and why and where.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
Yes, thank you for the protective shield. See, Pharaoh, you realize that there is an entire command devoted to banishing Rorston, right? So you can take him out quite easily, actually. Oh, so that's cloth over there. Wait, I've been back here. I can't remember what you do. Yeah, you don't do much. Let me just dredge. Dredge these nuts, that is. Because I have original humor where when I make an April Fool's Day video and release it a week late because it's based off of an April Fool's Day stream I had, I make a bunch of these nuts jokes and it's funny. But when Rory comes in my stream and does it... Ow. Ow! When he comes in... Okay. Maybe this is the universe... This is the universe punishing me for my hubris. That was me messing around and being caught lacking. Nope. Nope. Okay. That's a bad ship. Ignore the giant anglerfish monster. We're fine. Nothing happened. All is well. We're just gonna take a nap. We're just gonna sleep it off. Oh my gosh, I can't even see. Ah!
Geology rocks, but geography is where it's at.
Mod, kill that man. See, you say you'll use them. That's 75,000 shots, and you don't seem to be shooting that much. Curious. Also, Rory, I would say, wow, you only have 75k channel plans? Wow. I have so much more in your chat. But that's because I never spend channel points, like, ever. Oh, do you hear that, like, that low piano? Wait. Like, the initial notes of that really low piano were so good. And then obviously, then it like had the strings accompanying it. Sorry, for the ogre video, I wanted to make a theme for the ogre. So I started doing that, but then I realized instead of editing the video, I was making music for the video. So I now have like most of a theme for the ogre. I need to edit it some, but like I've been doing some BGM production just because that's something I find fun. I don't have enough space for those. Modding some guy's Wii for money, but he didn't give a sensor bar, so I had to use 2 candles. See, that's the thing. I know that's not true, but the wild stories people just come up with, I like to believe that they're funny. Like, I like to believe that they're true because they're so funny, you know? Oh, listen, Rory said something. Got shut down. Oh, I have, like, no engine power for. Let me haste. Yes, this drives me insane, but also I need to get home before I die, so... Alright, enjoy, Maddie. So I need to repair my ship. I need to take a nap. The net, I think, was a good idea because it is just kind of in my back pocket while I'm trawling. It's in my back pocket while I'm doing crab stuff. But now I think what I'll do is I'll leave my net, equip my deep sea fish, and head to a different isla. And I leave my net on when I'm just kind of like staying nearby an island, but I equip my deep sea fishing when I'm going out. I think that might be the right plan. Real quick, I think I have enough for this now. Yeah. Let's grab you. We'll put you there. Just because we have the materials for it, we may as well. Improved outboard engine now operational. Fog. Silent stream roar. Oh, sensors are just 2 infrared lights? Oh. Do you avoid spending because you don't want to betray your lurk? A little bit. I'm a chronic lurker. I've made this very clear. Like, I don't think people would expect it of me, particularly when I go around, like, causing problems for people I know. But I am incredibly anxious just as a person. So I rarely interact with streams. Even if I, like, know the streamer, even if I'm having a great time. Even if I'm having, like, a great time, I will rarely go out and do that. Literally 1980 roar. Also, Orleans, I need you to know, Rory hits me up and he's just like, I'm so in with Orleans. He actually likes me now. And I'm just like, okay, you're saying that to me, I don't know, like, what was it, Orleans? Like a week after we finally friended each other on Discord? Like, we've been chatting for months at this point, but like, we finally added each other on Discord like a week before Rory got so excited that Senpai noticed him. That's the thing. I do just... that was confidential. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for betraying your trust like that. It will happen again. What happened? What do I do in this video game? What am I doing? I want to drop a crab pot. I'm gonna go to a different island. I am going to pick a direction and I'm going to boat. I'm going to boat off in this direction because I've never been there before. Okay. I'm glad that we can all agree that Rory is a pick-me girl. Although, when it comes to like a pick-me girl, is that like a mindset or is that a behavioral mentality? Like, I feel as though a lot of people will say like, oh, that stuff you do makes you a pick-me girl. But I feel like it's a little bit of like the pick-me girl mindset, right? Where am I going? I'm going that way. Oh, what now? Bro really said, OMG, denial noticed me. No, see, that's the thing. I'm the only one who actually denies him because I'm mean. I'm rude like that. Other people are incredibly sweet and kind. Are you an actual boat? Hello? Hello? You pull up alongside a boat at anchor. There are signs of life on board, but nobody appears to greet you. Almost immediately, a small slot in the door opens. A pair of frantic eyes peers out at you. Who goes there? A monster. Very funny. What do you want? I was just checking to see if you're okay. Do I seem okay? No, I'm very much not okay. I'm supposed to be delivering this package to Little Marrow, but I'm being stalked. A huge leviathan lurks in these deep waters. I've seen it. It hung in the waters, its gaping mouth just below the boat. It would have swallowed this vessel whole if I hadn't bolted for the shallows. I'm not going any further into this cursed island chain. I could deliver it for you. You would? Well, that would work, I guess. At Little Marrow. Whoop, let them breach containment. See, that's the thing, is getting to know people is fun. Developing relationships with people is scary. Getting to know people and being like, hey, I know this person. Like, yeah, they're really cool. That's fun. Being like, hey, let's have like an actual rapport. Let's get to know each other. Let's actually have some sort of developed relationship further than just like, hey, I think you're really cool. That's scary. Dark fluid oozes from a corner. Faintest sound of whispers.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Yeah. Okay, so with being a social butterfly, with kind of going about and like networking with a bunch of people and getting to know a bunch of people and befriending a bunch of people, it's so, maybe this is just me, but I always get incredibly in my own head about it. Oh, thank you. You're giving me something too. A book. Let me read this. I always get in my own head, not because I'm like worried like, oh no, what if they hate me just for being me, but mostly because like I understand how many people are just busy. How many people have stuff in their lives that they're getting up to. So a lot of times like I'll know someone and I won't reach out to them, not because I dislike them or that I'm worried that they hate me or anything, literally just because I'm like, bro, I get it. You're busy. I'm busy too. I don't want to like put undue stress on you. I thought there was a shark here. Hey, Araya. Man, you really came in and immediately shot someone. Here I thought you were sweet. Turns out you're just evil. Oh, hello dolphins. Hello friends. I'm just trying to play Roblox Pokemon. Listen. What? Oh, this is like a rhythm game. All of these are rhythm games, actually. Oh, got it. What? Oh, I was getting those correct. I thought that I was getting them wrong because I didn't get any like visual indication of it. Okay, Pharaoh, let's stop shooting people. When we're in a chatting section, stop shooting people. Is that a boat off in the distance? See, Araya, you do have a responsibility to gun. And that's why I ensure that everyone can shoot freely and of their own accord. Much like Dracula, I invite you into a hell of your own making. Oh, this is a trophy. Oh, Pog. Interesting. the fact that all of these different fishing areas have their own differences in fishing styles, which all boils down to the same basic mechanic of just like press the button when the green is there, is super interesting because it gives just the slightest bit of variability where you're like, oh, I don't want to go over to that area. They have that fishing mechanic I don't like, which I think is interesting. What are you? What are those? Yeah, so currently we're in an ad break. Let me just click aside for a second. Yeah, so currently we're just sitting here in an ad break. I'm going to drink some water. I dropped my AirPod case. Yeah, so in this game, the different regions, they don't seem to have much difference outside of what types of fish there are and how you fish them. And, like, obviously the aesthetic is different. I think each of them has its own little monster. Hello, Neko. Yeah, so we have plenty of fishy, but unfortunately you're not getting any because I'm selling these at a upscaled price in order to get a higher degree of profit from it. It's a simple matter of capitalism in what is assumedly an eldritch abomination hellscape, because there are giant monsters lurking beneath the waves, and as far as I'm aware, we don't have those in real life, but maybe that's just because I avoid the ocean. Maybe I'm just intelligent enough to avoid those areas in which there are giant monsters. Yeah, so we have like 10 seconds left on the ad. I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to sell. I've met this person before, so I'm just going to sell all of these fish, which, wow, these are not worth very much. I think the goal is that you're supposed to pick up fish in one area, take your boat to a different area, and then sell them at an upscale price. But welcome back from the ad, everyone. We just went over to this like weird area that I don't know what's over here. Let's... Oh, that's the lighthouse off in the distance. So I have no idea what's over here. This is Twisted Strand, which is apparently a bunch of trees. See, that's the thing. Neko, are you going to pay me for it? Are you going to provide cash money? What? What the heck? Is that Neko? What? I don't know if I should be out here. I don't know if I should explore a new island in the dark by my lonesome. But you know what? I never claimed to be intelligent. This is so spooky. Because this is like the mixture of like mushrooms and swamps and overgrowth with deep sea terror. What is this? What? He shoots the fish so you won't want him? Oh. Okay. Apparently I can't go that way. Oh, am I gonna die here? Oh? What? Am I stuck? This is not a good time I'm finding myself in. I just took hull damage. I'm in a twisting forest which won't let me escape. Wow, that was weird. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what's happening. I guess I'm just gonna dredge. Ow. See, that's the thing. What? A mortar bear? I can get a mortar? Can I, like, shoot the mortar? Ow. Oh, gosh. Well, I just failed that side quest because I'm crashing a bunch. I might just crash my ship on accident, which would not be ideal. However, that's what happens when I'm in a new environment in a strange time frame. I blame society. I blame the scary noises surrounding me. Where even it? Where am I? Like, I'm one hit away from dying, I think. Is that a monster or is that... Do you see that? Off in the distance? Like, behind that? There's just like a monster over there. There's a destroyed plane? What the heck? See, a good idea would be to be slower. However, I'm fast as heck, boy. So I got no fish from here. It's literally just I gotta prepare myself. And let's put some stuff in storage. Must have been the wind. See, that's what happens every time there's a giant monster that absolutely annihilates my... It absolutely annihilates my ship. I'm just like, must have been the wind. Because that's a better way of coping than thinking to myself, man, that giant monster is probably here. What even is over here? Like, there's a single island there, it says. But there was a monster in the way, so I didn't go there. What is here? So, mangrove. Oh, I see the monster. What is this? This doesn't look like a friend, but I kind of want it to be friend-shaped. Death is inevitable. I think that just kind of like spawns about, and it's a matter of avoiding it. Like, letting it not see you. Okay, so there's a little arrow here. Yeah, there's like another monster. Like, is it a singular monster or is there many monsters? Why are there so many crashed planes here? There's like 3 of them. A large man is watching you through the billowing smoke of a campfire, idly carving away at a wooden stake. He stands as you pull ashore.
Stranger, from the look on your face, I'd say you've encountered the local wretches. Take a seat.
Joined by the fire.
I've been trying to get rid of them from this cursed jungle ever since we wrecked here. The boys call them the mind suckers on account of them, well, affecting the mind. They made us see things, do things. I'd ask you for safe passage away from here, but not until after I've avenged my squadron.
What happened?
A number of us went down in the fog, crashing into trees or ditching into the water. Those that survived rallied here, under the boughs of this giant tree. But it offered us scant protection. Before help could arrive, our numbers quickly dwindled, picked off by the fiends of the forest. I've met a few would-be rescuers over the years, but none would help me in my fight. Are you any different than the rest?
I can help.
I figured you'd be up for it. You have the look. Listen up. First, we find the lost pieces of my squadron's mortar. We'll use them to bombard the beast. Other planes went down to the north and east of where we are now. I've marked possible crash sites on your map. You go and see what you can salvage.
How are you on your skill page? There are dog tags on the tree. Right. Sure. Okay. Mechanical doodads. Okay, so if I give you dog tags, then you give me those. Tell me about the mind suckers.
Devilish creatures through and through. They'll stalk you along the waterways and emerge suddenly, screeching their terrible song. First time it happened to me, I saw shadows of my squad mates reaching out to me in a feverish dream. When I finally snapped out of it, I was covered in bloodied scratches. That they must have sent me running through the foliage. Since then, I've been doing my best to avoid the fiends. Their senses seem to be based on movement, so move carefully.
Okay. Any shipwreck?
No, anything that meets its end here is quickly swallowed by the silt.
Okay. So I was right to just kind of like stop moving every time I saw them. Oh, this is what the little things are for. That's what the arrows are for.
So do we still think it was the wind? Because this does not sound like the wind. So they're pretty noticeable. I just have to stop moving when they're looking around, right? What are you? Oh, you're dredge for valuables? Where on my map are you? Yeah, so over here. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, so this is instantly less scary because now I just know I just have to be really quiet. I played a whole game about this. I played Made of Scare, which was just Resident Evil, but they can't see you. I go over here. So I want to go... Wait, it says I want to go over there. You're getting up. Enjoy, Feral. So because movement seems to be the main factor, if I turn on the lights, I don't think that should be a problem. The main thing is I need to dredge. What even are you? I can't see because the angling is weird. I need mangrove. Oh, what's behind me? It's a notice. A letter in a bottle. A tattered receipt, as some would call it. So when you play Dredge, I'm assuming that there is a time limit, but wood actually would be very good. Never mind. I'm assuming that there is a time limit in terms of days. I don't know what that would be though. I've gotten no indication of any sort of time limit. I'm assuming there is one, but I just haven't gotten an indication of one yet. So I'm just playing at my own pace. I tend to be the sort of person who I play video games and I try to not I try to avoid wasting my time too much, but I also have gotten better over the years as not stressing about that. I've gotten better over the years when it comes to avoiding like limiting my fun in the case of maximizing my efficiency, because that's just, well, not as fun, frankly. And sometimes you have to be like, you know what, I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to spend an entire day doing the side quest, even though I know I don't need to. I'm going to spend an entire day just kind of screwing around doing interior decorating, even though in Stardew Valley, every day, strictly speaking, does matter. But it's not like you're going to have a bad time if you don't spend literally every single day hyper-optimized. What is here? Inspect. The stone trembles before you. Unknown symbols glow from within. Place your hand on it. A sudden chill runs through the marrow of your bones, surging up your arms, your neck. A deep vision enters your mind. A man flees through the trees, bloodshot eyes wide with terror. He runs into a dead end, cornered by the murky waters and his pursuer. He turns. A wooden spear flies and finds its mark. Yeah, there's a bunch of, like, wood forming in the way. I could get more of these. I don't really need to, though. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna toss you. I've had that a couple times where, like, randomly, this mischievous little gremlin creature crawls into my cargo and just decides, you know what? I'm gonna infect your stuff. And one time, I didn't immediately toss it. One time I was like, you know what? Sure, I can rock this. It infected more of my cargo. What it does is it just kind of like slithers in. It messes with your cargo. Hello? Birds? Friends? Not friends. Well, I'm already crazy, so no point in knocking.
Oh, that scared him off. As long as you're having fun. Exactly. And that's the thing with video games is I think a lot of people try to hyper optimize. A lot of people focus on playing the game correctly, when I think a lot of people should just focus on enjoying themselves. A lot of people should focus on having the best time they can. I'm gonna take a nap. And then I'm gonna sell my fish. All like 2 of them that, yeah, literally 2 of them that remain. And then I'm going to put my stuff in storage. So I think I need to take out the, yeah. So I have my stuff for the mortar. Now it's just a matter of going back in there, avoiding whatever this creature is, and finding my boy the airman. We're so close, he never even told me his name. Although I am curious, in this quest, I wonder if I'm gonna actually get like a mortar I can use regularly, or if it's gonna be a, okay, we're just gonna kill this thing with the mortar, that's it, right? Because in these sorts of games, I generally assume they're not gonna give you access to just a mortar regularly. However, there are explosives in a different part of the game. So it could be that every region you get a different weapon that is used for exploration primarily, but can also be used against monsters. I found parts of the mortar. That's the lot. Now I can work on assembling it, and we can get started on the next phase. Contraptions in the lagoons. I've assembled those traps for the mine suckers. We need to lure them in there. Once they're in, you see, I can fire them with our new mortar, and they'll be the end. No more nightmares. Mark the locations on your map. Got it? How do we get them in the trap? So they want bait. Have you got everything? How'd you make those traps? With patience, it only sense movement, so you just froze. Is it safe? Probably not. Yeah, I understand. What's next? Make 3 special baits from different combinations of fish. What's the first one? Okay, so I need to, like, invest in... Okay, so I need to leave. I need to go buy a hook that can fish from this area. I have access to that. Like, I researched it. Whoop. Something that's really weird about the handling on this ship is that if I turn to the right, if I hit right on my keyboard, it will turn me back and left so I can turn right. I'm so used to it, if I hit back and right, I will go back and right. More explosive. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, I'm so not used to that. It always throws me off. And that has led to me damaging myself quite a bit, because I'll try to turn left and I'll end up turning right or something. But fundamentally, I do think that the fact of how maneuverable your ship is really is a boon in this game. If this dealt with like actual proper ship locomotion, that would super suck. That'd be so frustrating to deal with. And I just know it. I need mangrove, so I could get this. Yeah, I think I need it. I mean, unless I can research you, but I don't have the parts for you. So if I wanted that, I would need to go to the floating dock for rod space. Do I have wood? I don't think I have wood. If I just have a... So I'm gonna... Right, and then that leads to over there. I think what I do, though, is I go for the versatile rod. The main thing is I just need that little bit more fishing power. So I just need a single dredge of wood. That is my main goal right now. I need a single piece of wood and probably also like $1 million. Because the way this game works is that you need money to make money. And, oh, the versatile rod. 540? Enter repair mode. What? Oh, we can repair specific ones. Okay. This game definitely... I haven't been gripped by this game's like narrative or atmosphere or plot or whatever, but just the actual mechanics of the game itself are fun enough that I'm continuing. And that surprises me. This game makes me want to continue playing. And I wasn't expecting that. Because I'm not gonna lie, this game, not discard, to store it. This game doesn't like grip me. It doesn't make me want to continue playing overwhelmingly or anything, but it does definitely catch my interest. It makes me want to just keep fishing. Like when I stopped stream last time, my first thought was like, I just wanted to keep fishing. And I don't know if that's like a silly thing or a good thing or whatever, but it certainly is a truth that in response to playing this game, I was just like, you know what? I could go for some more dredging, which is why I was thinking I might play this game for like 6 hours or whatever, but I don't... Oh? Hello? Like, I could play this game for hours. I don't know if this is a game that I would be super invested in, like, narratively. Dog tag! Ah. And there's a wood that looks like wood. That is wood. This is exactly what I need, and then I can get the improved fishing. But I was a little bit surprised at how much the actual mechanics threw me in, because it's really just exploration and fishing. Which, like, any good game has fishing mechanics. Let's not get it twisted. I don't know what it is, but people have just discovered that the secret sauce to making a game have non-combat or additional non-core features is to just give it fishing mechanics. Which I think is super interesting. That something that I think a lot of people don't really care about necessarily in real life is universally beloved and seen as a metric of how good a game is. Because really, like, I'm not someone who fishes regularly in real life. I have fish, but I don't really, like, care about fishing, you know? And I think a lot of people are similar, but I know people who absolutely, like, are enthralled with fishing minigames. It's their favorite part of any game they play. Almost universally. I wonder if I didn't get the trophy on that one because I didn't get the golden. I didn't get the golden ring because the other rings were too fast. So I think in order to get the trophy version of that fish, I would need to go out of my way to fish poorly. So, actually, I do have my trawl net. I would need to go out of my way to fish poorly in order to give myself enough time to get the trophy catch, which is an interesting thing to run into. I have 87, floating dock. That's an engine spot. Cool, cool. I might as well just throw you there anyway. I actually have the storage for this. I have pieces of scrap, so I might as well throw those in. I'm probably not going to buy it because I don't want to buy the extra engine space yet. It is only 75, but I do want that new fishing rod. So I'm going to go fish some more. Incredible. What did I even get? 15% resilience to panic. I'm not gonna lie, have no idea what the panic mechanic is. Like, yes, I understand that technically speaking, the panic mechanic is like in the dark, I will grow panicked, and that makes me have like hallucinations. But outside of that, I haven't really... Oh. Twitching tendrils sprout from the gill plates of this little fish. They heave in unison, moving the fish against its will. The little descriptions of the mutations is so interesting too. Because that's where... I mean, obviously there are big monsters in this game. But outside of like the first anglerfish I came across, because I was not expecting it, I haven't really felt like fear or apprehension around these. It's mostly been, okay, that is a obstacle I need to operate around. With these little descriptors of the mutated fish though, that's where like it can really lean into its eldritch horror elements and inspirations. It really leans into that this is unnatural, this is uncomfortable.
This is odd and unusual and weird, and I love that. I think it's such an interesting spot to be in, and it's almost entirely opt-in. It's not in the core gameplay loop. Like, I heard that ringing there of the ship bell, but that's primarily just a warning that a monster saw me. That's not scary. That's like, okay, I need to like avoid this monster kind of deal. I'm 80 away. So this is net space. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the flexible fishing. Actually, I don't need the flexible fishing pole anymore because I have the versatile rod. But I think I sell this. And I can always just buy another one later. And I'll do that. Hog. And then I'm going to, in my storage, I'm going to put this away. I'm also going to put this away because I'm going to be fishing for the moment. I have my... I'm going to sleep just a little bit. I'm going to undock. I'm going to bring back out my trawl net. Oh, sorry. I'm going to set down my trawl net. And then I'm going to go fishing. The big guys are just workshop hazards. Exactly. They're not even scary. They're literally just hazards to deal with. I need an OSHA helmet, Rory style. And then I can remember not to wear it. Just like him. Oh, this is a weird one. A gar. Interesting. Yikes. I do appreciate how you could fish in any of these. You could fish any of these without actually doing the button prompt. You could just allow it to go naturally. It would take more time, but it would be less risky. And I think that's the entire point. Did I just screw myself with this one? I think I did. Put you there. Go there. There. And there. Huh. I think I don't have enough room for this. Weird. Well, sorry, Gar. The little one goes. My apologies. I mean, actually, wait. What am I doing? I can do that, that. No? No? I'm still not there. Weird. I barely don't have enough room for these guys. Oh, well. Sorry, Gar. I should have left you. So let's head back. I'm gonna pick up that dog tag I just left because I need to see what fish I actually need. I don't know what fish I need for the bait. I know I need one of these fish. I'm gonna grab the dog tags. I'm going to fish market. Not every type of fish likes deep water. Check your encyclopedia. Okay, that's good to know. You're 42, you're 45, you're 44. I can just catch more, rather. So, I am just going to head on forward. I'm going to go bring the dog tag to him. I'm going to check which fish he is looking for. I'm assuming he wants mangrove. He wants each of these. That's a monster over there. So I'm not going to get too many of these. I'm going to get like 2 of each, I think. Because I don't know how many he needs of each, but my assumption is he needs at least 2 of each, or at least 1 of each. Oh, wow. Muscular gums grow and force through cracking teeth against each other. Softer flesh tears from the strain. Ugh. So, like, I want to sell this one. That being said, I'm in a bit of dire straits in terms of storage room if I want these. Bro's got Chompas. Bro's dentist either loves him or hates him. And I don't know which one. And I don't think I'm in a position to judge which one. Oh. Are you serious? I didn't even touch that one. That's frustrating. That is annoying. How dare it? Well, at least I can get you. I lost my good one too. I didn't even lose one of the losers. This is not my day today. This is not... I'm dredging up some bad memories right now. Talk about... Found some dog tags. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about baits. Let's discuss the first one. It is a mangrove and 2 of these loser babies. Okay. Let's go for the second one. It's another loser baby and a big guy. And the third one is 2 eels. So the eel is going to be pretty easy. I just need to turn around and grab this. Yep, it's still there. Because it's night. Oh my gosh. Heck. This is what happens when I get panicked, but I don't curse. I just start going, oh gosh, oh heck, oh gosh. And it's incredibly silly because people find it funny. People laugh at my suffering. Eep. So let's just deposit this eel real quick. Partially to just get this out of the way, partially to free up my inventory so I can get another eel so I can sell it, partially just because it kills time, so I don't have to deal with the monster. That should do it. Load these into a trap, then we'll get clear. Okay. I must take this. Where do I put it? In one of those traps, they're marked on my map. Okay, cool. So I need little guys, and I know one of the big guys. The traps are all over there. Okay, let's undock and head on out. Unfortunately, I blame the dude who escaped on the chompers. I don't think it was because I crashed into anything. I think it was because the chompers on that lad, the chompers on the absolute unit, completely just tore through my hull. Oh, this is what the traps look like. Oh, understood. A large cage is suspended over the water. A small receptacle is floating underneath it. Should probably move away. Okay. Oh. That's... Oh. Okay. Bro was trying to like have a snack and got exploded. Inside is the obliterated corpse of a mine sucker. The airman will be expecting proof of your success. I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna sell some stuff. Like, what if I just took that and I sold it somewhere else? I was just like, hey bro, I know you don't need this. You're the one who shot the mortar. Presumably you know you hit it. I just sold it because I'm a businessman. I do business. I was worried that they were going to make me get traps that I would have to go deploy. But no, it makes sense that those giant like claw machine looking things were the traps that he set up extremely carefully over time. Let's repair. And let us sleep a little bit. Yeah, we do not sleep nearly enough, and that's okay. Sometimes you don't need sleep. Sometimes you need answers. Sometimes you don't need to go around and take care of yourself. Sometimes what you need is justice, determination, the woods to bend to your will and to reconstruct themselves in accordance with your desires. That's what I need. And I think I speak for everyone when I say I speak for the people. Did I just say I think I speak for everyone when I say I speak for the people? Like, talk about circular logic. Like, geez. So let's dredge for
cloth, which is pretty good. I mean, let's get some cloth. Cloth ain't bad. Ow. Ow. Man, missing a single dredge is so painful. Because this one, dredging, you have to interact with it. Dredging, you can't just let it go, because inevitably, you will take more damage than you make progress. And that will set you back. Do I need a sergeant fish? I don't know if I need a sergeant fish. What's over there? Let's just grab one and see if we need it. I don't think we... Yeah, this does not strike me as one of the ones we need. However, what is over here? I can dock? Oh, campsite. See a campsite. Some old fish are suspended on a spit over a fire that was never lit. A pile of fabric is gathered at the base of a large tree nearby. Inspect the fish. Rotten fish hang from the spit. Fire below has been prepared. Someone must have left in a hurry. What do you want to do? A nest of rags lies at the base of the tree. Somebody slept here. The rags are covered in bark chips. There are symbols carved in the tree trunk above. There are 3 distinct sets of symbols. First, there's a book symbol underneath a wave, then an upward arrow. A cloud overhangs it all. 5 unfamiliar symbols mark the corners of a pentagram. The shape of a person is lying in the center. A book symbol sits above a wave. A downward arrow points from the book through the wave. What do you want to do? So I presume that's take a book from the ocean, commit some sort of ritual where you sacrifice someone, and then return the book to the ocean once the ritual is complete. I assume. And I assume that also has to deal with the stone I touched, which gave me like a vision of someone running and being pursued by someone who like threw a stick at them, who threw like a spear at them. See, and I was saying before how like I feel like the areas are very similar, except like I think these guys are who I want. Because you... I think you're the little babies I need? No? You're a 3-er. There's some wood here. That's good. Some metal. I'm looking for the fish I need. This should be a dog tag. Look inside. Dog tags. I can sell this dude's ring? That sounds disrespectful. What's in my net? Oh, gray mullets. I think that's exactly what I need, actually. So I can blow this up. Right there. So I need to head back over there. Oh, monster? Where are you? Where are you? I don't think it can see me, so I'm just going to keep going. Ah. Stone hums quietly, sending ripples throughout the air around it. Faint shapes dance upon its surface, vanishing before your eyes can focus upon them. Cold stone does not respond to your touch. Interesting. I think this is where I got the mortar piece from. I can get some dredge here. Because no reason not to, since I doubt I'll be coming back here anytime soon. Or like I probably will. I'll be in this area for a while, but I don't know if I'll be at this specific one. Because this place is a little bit of a maze. It's not super confusing, but the fact that the walls shift around and I can't blow them up yet does kind of put a damper on things. Okay. Oh! I need you. You're probably like a... See how big you are. You're a 2x3.
Never trust a statistician. They're always plotting something.
Good to know. I made that mistake once in my life. Never again. You know? I can't put stuff in my net. That would be pretty pog. I could use that as storage. But like, statisticians, who wants to be a statistician? I understand having to do statistics. If you are, for instance, in like business, or if you're trying to do analytics on, like, for instance, content creation that involves stats. Who wants to be a statistician though? Even if you are just naturally kind of like good at statistics, I don't think I've heard anyone who has said like, I want to be a statistician when I grow up. Therefore, can you trust anyone who no longer holds whimsy in their heart? Because, no. Okay. It did go. Thank you. I don't know what prompts the waves, the things to go up and down. I'm just kind of like freestyling it. Yes, the arrow is pointing this way. See, I appreciate that he put up all these signs, because I would get totally lost otherwise. What are you? Oh, you're the dead one. I know where I am. Oh, come on. Oh, that's actually fine. I don't care. No, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go that way. I don't care. Because I am a surgeon. But, like, does anyone here know? Anyone who, like, is a statistician or is good at statistics and wants to be a statistician? Like, I feel as though that's something where statisticians are always out of necessity. Rarely anything else. Found some dog tags. Here we go. And let me bait. Second one. I think in my cargo I have you. Okay, we have bait. I don't care that it's like infected with something. So from my net I have, this is so pog. Okay, we have more bait. That's all. That's everything. Now I'm going to put in storage. It's nice that there's storage at like basically every port. There wasn't storage at the one where it was a campsite, which makes sense. But this game is very liberal in its requirements. I'm gonna put you there. I can only sell you specific spots. I'm also going to put a bunch of metal in there. Cool. All right, so I have all of the bait now. I mean, I might as well just pick up. Are you serious? That's dumb. Well, that's why I put away the bait first. Fine, I'll go just like repair myself because I'm dumb and I need to be repaired after literally turning away from a dock. I hit the land on the way from turning away from the dock like the fool I am. You didn't mind stats in college, but you avoided pursuing it. Most of that stuff probably gets automated. That's true. That's a very good point that I wasn't even considering, that the rising automation of it. Because like accounting is similar. Accounting is similarly something where I think a lot of people are really good at it. I think it's a natural skill a lot of people have. I don't know how many people are passionate about it. And that strikes me as something that is going to get automated, if not is automated very quickly. Fortunately or unfortunately, as you might see that. I am going to grab my bait. I'm just going to go in there. Yeah, having a trawl has been so useful. The passive income is absolutely the way to play it in this game. I have neglected my crab traps for a while, but that doesn't matter because I've been trawling. I'm just running around doing quest stuff. And even then, I'm still making active progress, which has been so fun. Although, in uni, I didn't much enjoy stats. Though that's mostly because I was bad at... Oh, I passed it. Dang. I didn't much enjoy stats, mostly because I wasn't good at really any sort of math. I struggled with calculus, I struggled with algebra, I struggled with geometry, I struggled with stats. I am not a very mathematical person, as you may have gathered based off of how you have seen me act in many circumstances. I'm more of a vibes-based person, and whether it is remembering formulas or knowing what to apply where, I've never been good at keeping track of mathematics. Now, maybe that's just a skill issue. It might literally just be a skill issue. However, it has consistently been something in my life. Which, is this even going to attack me, or is it literally just I just backed up? I was worried it was going to attack me the first time. I was worried that it was going to attack me if I moved too quickly, so I had to, like, be careful. But also, look at that trap. Like, it clamps down a bear trap onto its head, and then it, like, drives spikes in place that will prevent it from moving. Or not spikes into it, but, like, as, like, a vice to, like, trap it. Which is wild. Also, like, I understand that we are, in fact, slaying hostile entities. But at the same time, is this, like, good for the what is this place? The Twisted Strands, like, environment? Are we destroying the ecosystem in order to make this place more habitable for humans, and we're not even trying to habitate it? We're literally just doing this for the sake of, like, revenge? Because, like, I don't know. I feel as though there's a discussion to be had on, well, these might be eldritch monstrosities. However, this is like an entire ecosystem we could be destroying right now. Calculus, blech, no thanks. That's the thing. I never had to take, like, advanced calculus. I took, like, the non-STEM calculus because I was not a STEM person. That does not mean that I enjoyed calculus. That does not mean that I would take calculus again. I would avoid it if possible. I have a creature corpse. It's almost unrecognizable, but you both know it couldn't have belonged to anything else. Progress at last. Oh, I have more? Another one taken care of, one by my count. Okay, cool. That's everything. So now I have to go bait the other one. I have to go bait the other trap, grab its corpse, and then we should be good here. He'll probably be like, hey, can you take me back to, like, Little Marrow? And then I'll be like, sure, and then he'll die in transit because I'm not good at this game. Hey, Adri. The world would never have calculus again. I mean, hey, if you want it, you can have it. That's my answer. I don't want calculus. What? Am I being attacked by a monster? I don't think so. Oh, I was about to start fishing, but nope. I just had to wait patiently for the forest to allow me passage. Who knew that just being polite would get you so far? What is here? What is special? It's a catfish. So, question: Are catfish called catfish just because of the whiskers? Is that the whole thing? Oh my gosh, I'm getting... There's no special one. Huh. Am I trapped? No. I do need to sleep, however, I am close enough to the trap that I might as well just... Yeah.
yes, Dreek, if you're comfortable taking calculus from the rest of us, I will allow you to do that without any sort of complaints. By all means, you do you. How can I do this? Oh, hog. Like, look at how brutal this is. And it just sticks there because it has a bear trap driven into its fleshy skull. And it was pinned in place by, like, wooden stakes. Presumably the stakes that he was sharpening when I first met him. That's it that way. I'm gonna go this way. Ah! That's... My rod got damaged. Happens to everyone eventually. 1 in 5 men, even. I'm gonna go repair real quick. I'm gonna sell my stuff and repair. Was the explosive even necessary? So what it was is that we built a mortar with a survivor on this island who, like, he crashed here with a bunch of, like, other pilots from their ship, from their planes. Why are you talking that? Okay. And then all of his crew died to these monsters. So he wants revenge on them. So we're going around. We made a bunch of bait. And we're using that bait to trap and then use the mortar to blow up those monsters and get revenge. I was concerned about the ecological concern of this. Because you can't tell me that these things aren't doing anything for the environment just because they're killing humans. I would argue even by killing humans, they're ensuring ecological stasis in this environment. But that's the thing. This guy doesn't even want to stay here. He just wants to leave. Which, I mean, like, valid. He wants revenge and then to dip. But at the same time, I find it very funny. Also, why is the trader here? I understand mechanically it's so that I can sell my stuff from here. But I do find it funny that there's nothing really here for her. And yet she's here nonetheless. Oh. Oh, Pog. This is the... So this is what the artifact of this region is. And now, well, that's that, I suppose. What will you do? What will you do now? Okay, so you just want to stay here? Huh. You can make a special bait for me. Can be used to attract all manners of species nearby. Huh. Right now, we can make some fresh stuff if you like. I'll need some fish. Any type will do, but the more you give me, the more bait I can make. Interesting. A large and ornate necklace, ivory teardrops flank the central setting, an emerald trapped by 4 cresting waves. Okay. Well, so I can come back here for special bait. Throw bait overboard, who knows what will turn up. That strikes me as use this to spawn fish. That is what it strikes me as. I don't know if that's true or not, but well, anyway, I think what I do now is I just spend some time like trawling resources. Yeah, it's so floaty. I struggle with this so much. Maybe that's literally just a skill issue. Broken monocle. A broken monocle does not seem very valuable, I must be honest. Like, perhaps that's my own, preconceived biases speaking, but I feel as though the point of a monocle is for it to not be broken, and for me to acquire a broken one is to effectively get just a shattered piece of glass and assume it will be valuable. Oh, wow. Twisted eels. Oh, twinned eels. Endlessly pulling away, but torn apart, they would surely perish. 2 spiteful siblings splitting at the seams. That's the kind of like weird stuff I love in this game. It's so just like, yeah, here's a pair of eels that just happen to be like conjoined. They're worth more money. That's all you need to worry about. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Is there anything over here? Nope, just darkness. Just my little boat off in the great blue yonder. Yeah, so there was more dredge over here, and I don't think I'm going to be coming back here with any regularity, so I kind of want to grab the dredge, but at the same time, I don't really care enough. A 2-for-1 deal? Exactly. 2 heads are better than 1. Okay. Hey! I accidentally got a special fish. Because I am trawling a giant net behind me. Oh, I got another one. Scales swollen into large clustered pustules. A golden liquid shimmers from within. What are you? Wait. Yeah, you're the merchant. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna sell my fish. I'm gonna dip. That's my plan. A 2-for-1 eel. Ow. Oh, there's a boat in the way. Okay. I'm going to sell all my fish. I'm going to head back home. Do I need to repair anything? I don't think I do. Trawl net fray. I mean, I could get a better trawl net. Like, what I could do is I could put research points into improved net, volcanic, coastal, mangrove, shallow. Higher quality mesh allows it to last longer. I don't... Extended net supports... I think I go the large. This might be silly. This might be not the best plan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a larger net. Oh, I had $1,000 dues. Oh, I need to extend my netting. Luckily, I have in storage. I don't know what I need, but I should have most of it. I probably need some wood, so there is wood up here that I can find. I'm probably gonna do that and then dip. Oh, no, I already have all of it, yeah. So a new hull. So I need one more cloth, which I think I have. I need refined metal is the main thing. And then some wood. Like right now I can do... Huh? Why not? Oh, that's not net space. That's why. So that was engine space. That wasn't net space. Understood. So I actually don't have enough room for the large trawl net. That's unfortunate. However, if I, for instance, were to invest in the new hull, which I'm already most of the way there, I just need to, in the shipyard, buy some refined metal. Then I can immediately put it towards it. And now I need 4 more wood, 1 more cloth, 1 more refined metal, and then $800, which I was just at 1,000, so I think I'll probably be fine. So yeah, I'm gonna put this stuff in storage. I'm going to put you in storage. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to pause and take a break for this ad break. And I will be back shortly. Oh no, my stream deck broke. Please hold. Please hold. Okay, so I will be back in like 2 minutes. Sorry.
very sorry about that. I had to run off to the restroom. And also, for whatever reason, our bathroom had no soap left in it. So I went over to the kitchen and I get some soap from the kitchen. And then the kitchen also has no soap in it. And I'm struggling with it. And eventually I get the soap dispenser to actually give me soap. But for whatever reason, I had the 1-2 punch of no soap twice in a row. And I'm not sure if that's like indicative of anything. I'm not sure if that is representative of how... Sorry, I was just thinking about, do I want to re-equip my oceanic pole? And then I'm like, nah, I don't think so. But it is the sort of thing where I was just like, am I the problem? Is this like a thing in my household that we need to work on? Or is it literally just like bad timing? Because the fact that it was like 2 for 1, where back to back I was like, yeah, I need soap, and I just couldn't get soap in multiple different locations, felt extremely silly to me. But at the same time, I think I'm probably not going to go super long today. I'm probably going to wrap up at least somewhat soon. Because I already made some progress in Dredge. From what I'm aware, finding the objects, I'm assuming, is like one of the major milestones of the game. Oh, Vortex Interloper. A slow swirl twists its body, stretching it towards an unseen dimension. I'm probably gonna go and end in the next couple hours. So like, yeah, it would be like a 5-hour stream, which is anathema to what I normally do. Like unless something comes up, but that's just my current plan. What? Okay, I know what to do. Shift you over, move you, do you. I'm just grabbing a bunch of these so I can throw them into a big pot of bait together, which I actually have no idea how bait is made. Like, I understand chum is used with, like, fish and, like, fish guts and whatever, because that's for sharks, generally, or for other, like, predator carnivorous fish. But I assume normal fish, like, little fish, aren't gonna be going around trying to chomp down on some, like, ground up trout. Did you say the more I give you, the more you can make? I'm gonna give you a bunch and just see how much bait I get. Because I don't want to have to come back here for a while. Oh wow, that's a lot of bait, yeah. Yeah. That was... Wanna know what it is? My guess is it's probably for every node, like every square I give him of fish, or for every 2 squares of fish I give him, it probably gives me, one... For every 2 squares of fish I give him, it gives me 1 bait. Actually, there's a storage right here. I'm gonna put some bait in. I'll probably keep 1 on hand just to try it as I travel in the great blue yonder. But I'm just going to toss out... I'm going to sell this Vortex Interloper. I'm going to sell some bait. I'm going to repair my ship because I'm a scrub, apparently. And with my versatile rod, I can fish basically anywhere, so I don't need to worry about swapping out my deep sea fish or my oceanic fishing rod, because I can just leave the trawl. Passive income, go bird. I'm gonna head over here. It's a weird spot to dock. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to sell all. I'm going to repair. And then now, right before night, which is probably not the best idea, my plan was to head on out back over to like Steel Point, Greater Marrow, Little Marrow. Alternatively, I could like investigate over here. I could I mean, I could focus on dredging for one more day before it's night and then head out in the morning, but nah, who am I to complain? Is this wise? No. Is this oddly adventurous? Certainly. I can't do oceanic? Coastal, shallow, mangrove, volcanic. Never mind, I can't do oceanic. Whoops. I forgot. I was mistaken. Let's turn this off, just because we don't want to be too visible. There are monsters out here in the waters. Huh. It's dredge of a flag. So I can't do you because I don't have that equipped. Let's turn... Oh, yeah, I was about to crash. There's a flag over here. So we're in shallow, so there's no Leviathan that can apparently eat me if I go over here. But if I dredge this up, I can get me a flag. I already have an Ouroboros, which I like the Ouroboros. Serpent flag. That's pretty pog, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Oh, that's a monster. See, these ships are monsters, actually. As far as I'm aware, I don't think that there's actually been any good ships, except for that one, like, courier who I helped out. Yeah, I'm just returning back to the lighthouse in a little midnight escapade. Woo! There's a giant monster behind me. Oh gosh, I nearly crashed. Well, there's one already chasing me, so I found my... what's it called? I found my, crab pots, which means that I'm safe over here. Goodness gracious, that was closer than it needed to be. I was trawling that giant monster nearly. Goodness gracious. Well, I kind of went crazy, but don't worry about it. We love someone who's crazy in this house. Oh, I didn't use the bait. Dang. Serpent flag, I can give that to the painter. I want to open up my storage. Grab you. Also grab... I don't need to grab you yet. Actually, I don't need to open that because I can just open up my storage when I get there. So, I don't need to risk anything. I'm just going to sleep for a bit. I'm going to start by heading on over to... here. Yeah, haste is something that I try not to use too much because it does make me go crazy. But I think that it doesn't actually impact... It does impact me during the day. Just not as severely. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to open up storage. I'm going to grab this stuff. I'm going to sell this.
I bought my friend an elephant for her room. She said thanks. I said don't mention
Yep.
it.
Yep. That one's good. Oh, I got a book. Yay. I will sell these stuff like that one dude's ring that I looted from his crashed plane. The painter. Change... Or, no, I want to... No flag. No, I don't want to... Deliver flag. Unique design. Sure. So the flags don't actually take any time. I'm going to go back to Ouroboros because Ouroboros base... So it looks like there's only like 8 flags, or I think 7 and a blank. Adjust bunting on. I thought that it would be there. So I have like this blue color scheme going. that I kind of dig because it is like ocean themed. It does fit. What I'm gonna go over, grab my crab pots. I'm gonna look at my crab pots. I can't pick you up because I don't have oceanic. Unpog. Well, first I'm gonna talk to this dude. Ooh, fanged cod. Just like me for real. Okay, so I'm going to storage, get out the quest item, talk to the quest giver. You enter the house carrying the ornate necklace. The collector recognizes it almost immediately. An excellent find. It demands pride of place in my collection. He sweeps aside some scraps on a dusty table, candle wax pooling in its corners. He places the necklace carefully in the clearing. I don't have fangs, no. But for Halloween, I did have a vampire outfit where I had fangs. But I more meant just like, if you saw the face of that fanged cod, that really is just like me for real. It was just such a derpy looking face. This will make future return journeys a little more swift. Allow me. Okay. Your stomach drops suddenly as though thrown high by a wave. He closes the book, turns his attention back to you. Man. Oh. Instant. Oh. So I've already been to Gale Cliffs. That's actually really good, is that... Okay, so I just got the ability to fast travel, it looks like. Teleport yourself back to where it all began. Ow! It's always on the dismount. It's always on the dismount. It's never even in a spot where I should be taking damage. It's always in a spot where I literally just am skill issuing, you know? And that makes me sad, because I am bad at video games. Oh. Good to know. Good to know. I did not know where that would teleport me, and that is where it did. So if I hadn't crashed my ship, I would have been fine, but... Oh well. All's well that ends well. This is quite a fun game. I will say it is a very low investment game. The lighthouse keeper is waiting for you on the dock, looking displeased. What's the problem? Feels a bit like tempting fate, does it not? Things are bad enough around here without your provocations. Abruptly, she walks away. Her eyes scan the water as she walks along the dock. Yeah, I mean, there's something going on here. But at the same time, I'm just like, well, I'm not too worried about it because I am too stupid to be fussed. That's the real answer. The real answer is I am not intelligent enough. Oh, that's a cooldown. Interesting. Arrow ride derp. I mean, that would be a good one. Except, I remember back when derp was like the funniest thing. I remember back in the... I was about to say back in the day. I remember in the time where like derp took over the internet and the idea of like derp as humor was considered like new and exciting and fun and fresh. People like a game I played, a MMO I played had a derp event, I think for April Fool's Day, and it was like the funniest thing ever, and they changed the theme song to be like derp derp derpity derp, and like that was considered a really clever and unique implementation of an April Fool's Day thing at the time, unless I'm misremembering. Maybe at the time people were clowning on it, but I just find it so funny that like something so not reviled, but like I don't know, seen as antiquated, like Rage comics for instance, similarly are just like, dang, if you make Rage comics nowadays, I'm sure they're funny, I'm sure they're pretty good, but I feel like no one is looking for Rage comics
Dumbledore.
What's that? A pipe bomb! Yay! Ah, the Potter Puppet Pals. Apparently they tried making like the Avatar Puppet Pals, and it just didn't really work out, or they had like one episode or something. Like, there's such an innocence and earnestness to like 2000s. Oh wow. And I would even say like 90s as well, era internet, where people were just making what they wanted. People like legitimately just kind of did whatever they felt like, for good or for ill. There was definitely some bad that came from that, but there were tons of people who felt inspired to be creative and just make silly, funny stuff without trying to get monetized, without trying to make it a business, without trying to make it sustainable. They just did it to be silly, and people responded to that. And that's kind of wonderful. Rage comics feel ancient now. That's the thing. Rage comics are like 15 years. Like, they were still being used into the early 2010s. Like, pretty regularly. Like, iFunny was still a thing and, like, active and popular, I think, into, like, the mid-2010s. So that's why it's so silly to be like, oh, they're so ancient, where it's just like, no, that was, like, 15 years ago. View. Put you there. Me trying to like maximize my inventory space. I do that, and that, and that, 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 dang. Do that, and that, and that, and that. We are so goated. Yes, strictly speaking, I don't have my final crab pot. However, I did get most of my crab pots. 15 years online means if you showed it to a teen, it might feel fresh. They've never seen one. That's the thing. I think because of the iterative nature of memes and of the internet, it wouldn't feel fresh. It would feel like, wow, this is just like a Soy Jack comic, or wow, this is just like this modern incarnation that was built off the back of that. But they don't have the frame of reference of recognizing the precursor to what they're familiar with. So they see the precursor and they think, hey, that reminds me of its not predecessor. What's the opposite of a predecessor? Because like I first thought predecessor, and then I thought forebearer, and again that's like the okay. Oh, it landed on deck. Hey yo. Okay. Listen, I took some damage. I guess I can't really be upset about that. You could drop some mixed bait. Arrow, did you check my goons? Best meme is exploitable meme. I don't know if I want to be approached with, Arrow, have you seen my goons? Like, that just strikes me as something that should not be said. That strikes me as I feel as though that's not a good thing to open a conversation with. Who starts a conversation like that? Okay. What are we doing today, Ferb? I just set up my crab pots again. I've done everything in the Twisted Isle. I was told to go back down to the Gale Cliffs, so I guess I'll do that. If I swapped back in my ability to catch sharks, that would be pretty pog, but at the same time, it's like, eh. I care less about Gulf Flounders than I do about the special one that is here. if I can even find it. Huh. Interesting. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Well, I immediately filled my inventory. And I have a crab pot I can deposit. So I'll just drop that there. No, it's a complex one. I shouldn't waste it like that. I say I shouldn't waste it as I just Tokyo drift in a circle, doing nothing. In the D&D... Oh, the Hobgoblin Goons! Right. We were talking about that. With the Tommy guns. Let's sell all this. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't get a chance to check Discord much during stream. And even when I do, I try to avoid like focusing on it too much because generally it's like, hey, here's this meme, or hey, here's this news that's like you need to respond to, and I'm like, I am not in the place to respond to that right now. I am busy. Okay, so I'm making a mistake by setting out in the middle of the, or setting out right at dusk, which is probably the worst time to go out sailing. Wait, what is over there? Is that? Yeah, that's where I want to go. But there is an island right here. What if I investigate this island first? Because this will take up some time during the night. Yes, I saw Emma Frost. I do play Marvel Rivals, so I've seen the Emma Frost stuff, and I've seen people being weird about it. Oh, a hooded figure. They remade Direwolves? Like I did, and I was glad I had Hydra. Okay, the fact so many people are thirsting over her is so weird to me because, like, they made her... I think it's primarily the blue lipstick. But, like, I don't really see it. I'm not gonna lie. Personally. We approach a hooded figure, swathed in dark blue robes. Their face is barely visible. Fishermen, please, help! You can barely hear their rasping voice above the winds and waves. Fulfill hunger! Hooded figure unfurls an old paper scroll. They point to a shape shown at the top. It appears to be a blue mackerel. Huh. Weird. I can get a blue mackerel very easily, but I'm not going to. I don't care. This is eels. The shark. Out there is stingrays and more eels. Here are more stingrays. They re-inject. Oh, I saw the direwolves. Why did they make a robot a strategist? Because Ultron, in their conception, is all about like nanobots, from what I'm aware. Ultron's whole deal in Marvel Rivals is that he uses like nanobots, I assume, to heal people, and I think he's going to be a flyer. I'm not actually 100%, but to have a flying strategist sounds really cool. And what I want them to do is I want them to give another flying strategist and a flying vanguard. So suddenly you can have a 6-person team where no one is on the ground. Everyone is flying, and it would actually be kind of balanced. Because we have three flyers that are all duelists right now. I think Ultron is going to be a... Oh, I don't actually have anything. I think Ultron is... In my net, I do. I think Ultron is going to be a flyer. And he's a strategist. Which it just strikes me as so funny. The idea of just in a team where no one ever touches the ground. But yes, they re-engineered direwolves based off of old DNA. And I saw a little video, I think posted on the Discord, where the wolves are like howling, and then Squirrel Girl is essentially no, Squirrel Girl's full on duelist. Squirrel Girl is shoots you and avoids getting shot, as most duelists do. But yeah, the direwolves, I think that you were in the D&D channel is just like a Imagine like an ancient wolf spirit hears this, a cry that it has not heard in thousands of years, and it bursts out from the ice to reemerge with its kin. And I'm like, that's an awesome idea for a campaign. Could use to make explosives. Clear those debris. I could use that. Okay, well, I asked you about it earlier. What do I need? Oh, wait, I'm not reading. Search for the relics. I need the family crest. Because up here, this dude over here took the family crest and lost it. So I need to find the family crest. I'm assuming the family crest is in that little thing right there. Although that might be the music box. So the final thing I get from here is the explosives in the similar way to the final thing I got from the other area was the bait. Squirrel Girl's a menace. Now bring me photos of Spider-Man. Here's the thing. Squirrel Girl's whole thing is that she can ricochet her shots. Squirrel Girl's whole deal is that she can shoot around corners, she can jump really high, she can immobilize you, and she can be an absolute menace if the person playing her knows geometry. And most Squirrel Girls don't know geometry, so we're fine. Like, the trigonometry, they don't care about. Like, and that's how you're safe. What am I supposed to be doing? You're just going to keep out for my family crest. With layers by the large waterfall. Okay, that's what I need. So I need to find the crest. That's what it was. I thought I was waiting on the explosives. So I need to go over there. I haven't gone this way, because every time I've tried, the monster's been here. Speaking of... Ow. Did it seriously destroy my engine? The one thing I didn't need it to destroy? Well, this monster's a menace. Oh, it left me. Ha. Loser. Yeah, of course, the one thing it destroyed was my engine, meaning it was harder to escape from it. The amount of times I caught people with the big nut around the corner is ridiculous. I have not played Squirrel Girl because I don't really play Duelist. I am a Vanguard player. And when I have played Duelist, I've been playing Namor recently, which is, funny enough, fitting for playing fishing game. Surprisingly, I'm actually really rocking Namor because even though my aim isn't the best, having the monsters that can aim for me, and I'm good at positioning them, and then I get like pot shots where I can deal half of someone's health with a single trident, because Namor does really high damage even if his attack speed isn't the best. So even if I can't really aim, I'm supported in my aiming by my monsters. My monstros. Are you serious? I did... That's dumb. Decaying blackmouth. A shimmering blackness permeates the flesh of this relentless fish. Muscles atrophied and decaying, but still it swims on. So like, even though my aim isn't the best, a single hit from Namor is enough to deal like half the health of a support or Duelist. And if I crit, they get down to like under 50 hit points, which is really good, right? It's really solid damage. And then my monsters can just pick them off, or I can set my monsters up to divert their fire, to occupy their mind, to be a problem that they have to solve, whereas the rest of my team doesn't need to worry about that. Which, I know that Namor is losing in Season 2, which Season 2 is about to come out. Like, it's right around the corner. Season 2 is about to come out. Oh gosh. That's what I was trying to avoid. Season 2 is about to come out, and in it, Luna and Namor are no longer going to have a team up. I don't actually know who Namor is replacing that team up with. That's dredging. What is this camera? Okay, so I tried going in there. It wasn't working. I'm just heading back. I am going to sell my stuff. I'm going to nap for a bit. But when I play, I am a Venom main. And when my team refuses to have a front line, I will play Magneto. That's really what I do. I am Venom ideally, Magneto if we need a front line. If I'm playing support, I generally play Luna. And that's mostly because I watched a streamer, Doki Bird, playing a bunch of Luna. I was like, Luna seems cool. I was so worried I would need to aim, but I've gotten better at aiming. Oh, right, Namor's teaming up with Hulk. That's what it is, because he gets Gamma. Which I don't know why, but like, I rock it. I think the reason why is because they swapped Hulk's team up. Strange is going with Scarlet Witch, so Strange loses the Gamma, which I think makes sense. I didn't think it made sense to have the Gamma burst initially. So now it's Hulk with Iron Man / Namor, and then Namor loses the ice, which I think Namor should have kept the ice, but I also don't disagree that like Gamma infused Monstros makes sense. Like, it is pretty cool. There's a book about Vivimancy you picked up, Flesh Wizards. Oh, like a Vampire the Masquerade vicissitude. Let me sell all you. Let me sleep for a bit. And let's leave. I'm gonna try coming in from the rear. Don't make that weird. Don't be weird about that. I'm gonna go around the entire island. I'm going to loop around the back of it, and I'm going to see if I can enter this waterfall area from a rear entrance. Namor and Hulk were both members of the Defenders, along with Doctor Strange. Ah, see, I know Namor is a part of the Illuminati with like Iron Man and Strange, so I think it'd be really funny if they had like an Illuminati team up. But I think what they did is they were just like, okay, we want everyone to have at least one team up. I'm surprised they didn't go Scarlet Witch and Strange earlier. But, I mean, Scarlet Witch and Magneto also makes a ton of sense because, like, they're related. I think all of the characters who have a deep-seated connection in the comics, that is what they should prioritize. That being said, that runs into an issue where, like, Black Widow and Hawkeye, that's two duelists. Suddenly, in order to get that team up, it needs to be, those are your two duelists. You might not have any other duelists. Oh, another rock. An altar breaks through the waves at the base of the cliff. 3 crab-like creatures are carved into it. The largest is covered in rocks and other strange shapes. Huh. Weird. I need to remember to use my bait. I got a ton of bait because I didn't want to have to worry about constantly going back for it. But, like, I'm not using the bait. Problem. Dolphins! Oh, no! Orcas! Hiya! Oh, this is just research for our dog. Fog. These characters helped form the team in Marvel Features #1. Doctor Strange, Hulk, Namor. Yeah, I must say, I'm very unfamiliar with Namor. I have not seen, for instance, oh, fog. Lair. This is the crest. Oh, nope! Ow! Okay. So kind of pieced out for a second.
I'm not super familiar with Namor. I mostly know him from, and I know a lot of my comic information from Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I don't know if anyone's played that game. It was for like the Wii and like the I think PS2, maybe PS3. Yeah, because I think the Wii was like PS3, Xbox 360. So in that game, one of the places you can go, because you go to a bunch of different like famous Marvel locations, one of the worlds you can go to is Atlantis, and you have to fight Namor as well as a bunch of mind-controlled Atlanteans. But fundamentally, it is like he is an ally because Doom exists. Doom is the main villain of like every single Marvel game, which makes sense. Like, as important as Thanos is, and as threatening as Thanos is, I feel like Doom consistently is one of the most like problem children in Marvel. And I don't think he gets enough respect for that. I think that the fact Doom is so much of a threat consistently, like, doesn't get addressed enough. Yeah, so in that game, you go to Atlantis and you have to fight Namor, but it's because he's under the control of, he's like being mind controlled. And then, what's it called? You have to fight the Kraken, because of course you do. That's like the final boss of the entire world. Doom is your favorite supervillain? Why is that? Like, what run of Doom would you say is your favorite?
You found it. I never thought I'd see this beauty again. But now, I've a further favor to ask. Would you take this to my brother at Ingfell? Tell him his brother is sorry and would like to come home.
That's valid. I think that's reasonable that you want to make amends with your sibling who you abandoned, but you don't want to like push that on them, so you don't want to just show up. The Quacken? No, I said the Kraken. What's crack-a-lackin'? Don't you quacken me. Yeah, because I must say, I'm not... I can't claim to be like a super fan of Marvel or anything, but I would say I know more than the average person. At least I did before the MCU. And now I have not caught up with the MCU in years, so I'm probably behind on everything MCU related, meaning the average person who keeps up with the MCU probably knows more than I do. But in terms of like deep comic lore, I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's super into comics. DC, Marvel, there's a third one, the one that produces Invincible. I can't remember what it's called though. And I mentioned we were talking about like ranking villains. Flesh and scales intent on shuffling away from a creature struggling to maintain its mortal form. We're talking about different comic book villains and like ranking them on how important they are. And then I asked him like, hey, what's your thoughts on Fin Fang Foom? And he's like, I have no idea who that is. So this is like a comic super fan who has no idea who Fin Fang Foom is. And I'm like, yeah, Fin Fang Foom, the dragon. Like, he was in Ultimate Alliance. He was in some of like the shows from the 2000s and early 2010s. He was in the Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy game from a couple years ago. And he's like, I have no idea. Kirkman? It might be Kirkman Comics. I believe this crest is yours.
Gods, I haven't seen this since. So he did take it, I knew it.
Your brother's sorry. Will you let him come home?
I don't know if I was in the right state when he left. Okay, fine. He can stay in my old workshop, at least for the time being. But I'll need some time to clear it out. When I'm doing that, perhaps you can do something for me. See, I've been trying to clear some debris in the pathways to the cliff to make a shortcut with explosives. I was able to set a charge, but the cliff seemed particularly unsteady that day, so I didn't risk detonating it. You just need to get in there and set it off. It's not far in. I left some yellow flags nearby. You can't miss it. Anything else? So it's marked on my map, I presume. Yep. Oh, those are flags. I thought those were teeth. Okay, well, let's head on in, since by the time we get in there, it will be day. Doctor Doom is the inspiration for other villains, including Darth Vader. That does not at all surprise me. Like, just visually, that makes sense to me. Well, can also, Doctor Doom was one of, like, the first villains, no? Because in terms of Marvel, it started with the Fantastic Four, correct? And Doctor Doom is like the Fantastic Four villain. Now, I don't know if that's like he was one of the first villains, but I do know he is like the main villain of the Fantastic Four. And the Fantastic Four is like the main the first Stanley. Oh, come on. Oh. Well, I got chomped on. Wow, the camera does not like me. I got chomped on, but I did explode the things. I thought I might be safe in the interaction, but yeah, this serpent here is probably the least threatening out of all the monsters, because the movement monsters never actually hit me, but I recognized the fact that I needed to avoid them. With this, I just kind of need to kite it, and even when it does hit me, it doesn't hurt that bad. And then like the anglerfish out in the middle of the ocean, like those are just like I have to actually hide out of the way of them. Marvel Comics was Atlas Comics? Captain America, Submariner, and Human Torch, the android, not the Fantastic Four, are some of the oldest to current Marvel characters. Oh, interesting. I mean, it makes sense that Captain America is one of the first, because like he was literally propaganda. As in like created by Stan Lee by the US government. Propaganda. Which I do find kind of funny. Okay, my engines are operational. So, Submariner versus Human Torch is widely recognized as the first superhero crossover. So I actually didn't know that the Human Torch was like an android character, like separate from the Fantastic Four member.
You've done it. We heard the blast from here. God's the echo. I'm surprised the cliffs didn't come down on your head. I've got things ready here. Go and tell my brother that he can come home now.
Before then, it was assumed that stories took place in their own... Yeah, because think about it, like, before comics, it wasn't super common that any story would have this kind of major crossover. Because why would you assume that? That's such a weird thing. You're not going to have, like, Don Quixote meet up with Heracles and Beowulf. Your brother forgives you, found you a place to stay. Well, I'm packed, ready to go. What if I just, like, crash and he falls overboard? Would that be funny or would that be sad? I feel like that would be funnier than it would be sad, but it would still be sad, right? There was an Easter egg in one of the Captain America movies for the Human Torch android. I assume in the first one. I assume it was like some comic that a kid back in like the 30s was reading in the first movie. Well, here we are.
Little brother, you're home. I'm sorry. I was so foolish. We both were. Come on inside. Let me get your bags.
Two brothers walk down the dock. One of them pauses for a moment and turns to look back at you.
Oh, stranger, if you ever find any more debris that needs clearing, I'm working on making some more packed explosives. Come by the old whaling yards anytime.
Whaling yards?
Here, this one is on the house for all your help.
Fog. Hope you can put it to good use. Oh, so I just buy these. Well, I have a couple... I'm just going to buy all of these because I have over $1,000. So I know where I can find some wood. I know what I need to explode. Like, good. I'm getting my... Oh, wanna know why I'm getting so much money? Because I'm getting passive income from my trawling. That's giving me so much money. Use explosives. And I assume this is... Oh, so this is just valuables. This is not the music box, I assume. Ow. So, you have a favorite villain in... What's it called? You have a favorite villain in Doom. Ow. Do we have any other favorite comic book villains? Whether it is Marvel, whether it's DC, whether it is from Invincible. A large oak box with rusted handcrake on side. It emits a low rhythmic chime as it rocks with the waves. Okay, this is actually going way faster than I thought it would be. I did not expect to get too
important bits in one day. Can I storage here? I can. I'm gonna storage you. I'm gonna storage you. I actually have some wood. I'm gonna go grab some more wood over here. Oh, but actually, the interesting thing about this one, I didn't deal with the big serpent. I'm just opening up more paths to avoid it. So unlike the foresty area, which I assume is now clear, I am now safe in. This area, I still have to deal with the serpent, which is slightly different. Okay, so I have some wood. I'm gonna go around exploding everything. Eep. Eep. There's a line that can be drawn between the android Human Torch and the Vision. I believe that because a lot of times early comic book characters inspired later comic book characters. Whether that was directly or indirectly, whether that was aesthetically or more substantially. Generally speaking, that was the case. Okay. You know what? I'll just take the hit. It bites me and it walks away. It pops out of literally nowhere, which kind of sucks, but hey. Like, I physically had no means of avoiding that. But all is well. Oh, are these the eels that, like, she wants rotted? No, this is... Oh, this is refined metal. I need wood and I need refined metal. I think I need a single piece of cloth too, but it's actually really good. I'm just opening up all of these because then it helps me avoid the monster. I'm also going to explore this place because I don't really want to come back. I don't really care, I'm not going to lie. Lord Saker from the Elementals, who started as Dr. Apocalypse from the Villains and Vigilantes RPG supplement of Dr. Apocalypse, and his villain team, the Destroyers, were featured in the RPG supplement Dual Death with the Destroyers. In-universe, Ultron used the Human Torch's design to build Vision. Oh. So when you say... So I'm trying to think of the Human Torch android. Does this have any relation to the Human Torch Fantastic Four member? Or is it literally just like it happens to be the same name but no other relation? Because that would be very funny, but obviously it's very confusing. Why are people the way they are? I'm gonna keep going. Actually, no, I'm gonna pull back. I'm going to deposit some stuff. Oh wow. I clipped the terrain without actually taking damage. Makes up for those times where I took damage from not touching the terrain, Human Torch Synthoid was Golden Age. I assumed it was Golden Age. I just didn't know if it was like, had any sort of relation, like it was fire powers, or if it was, eventually was found out to be a replacement for the Human Torch that got, like, damaged or whatever. More refined metal. And we need to open storage. So I kind of like the long voyages across the water, but at the same time, unlocking fast travel is so nice. Because I don't actually have to deal with that now. I need a single piece of wood, and then we are hogging out our gourd. I have some more oh, I need to repair. There's a Golden Age Green Lantern and a Silver Age Green Lantern? So when you say that, do you mean the difference between, like, Hal Jordan and, like, Guy Gardner kind of deal? Or do you mean literally, like, there's a separate hero Green Lantern? Because that's just silly at that point. Like, it's already bad enough to have multiple different incarnations of the same hero of different identities, but that at least can make narrative sense.
It doesn't always, and oftentimes doesn't, but it can. If it's literally like, hey, here's the Human Torch, here's a different, unrelated Human Torch, that's just silly. And yet no films about my boy Red Tornado. Listen, they tried one Green Lantern film that didn't work and they assumed everyone hates Green Lantern. Despite the fact I think Green Lantern is fairly popular as a hero. I think it depends on who it is. Like Hal Jordan is not very popular. Guy Gardner I don't think is very popular. I can't remember the name of the like army dude who was a Green Lantern. I think he was like the most popular of the Green Lanterns. Red Tornado was a woman with a pod in her head in the Golden Age. What the heck? Why would they do that? Was that just like Let Me Solo Her? The original? What is here? Makeshift dock, a campsite. You stand in the center of a campsite. Fire's embers are cool, but ash is still steadily blowing out with the wind. Take a closer look. A large flat rock sits atop the charred wood of the campfire. A handful of tiny fish bones can be seen poking out of the ashes. Kick the ashes. Go ashore. Foot hits something hard at the bottom of the pile. Why would I do that? You take it. What do you want to do? Look for footprints. You find no footprints, but unfamiliar symbols have been sketched in the dust nearby. Some have been erased with the hasty sweeping of a foot. What do you want to do? The tent is a sheet of cloth suspended over some sticks. There's nothing inside save for a smoothed hollow in the dirt where someone slept. Weird. I have 4 research doodads. So this doesn't do mangrove or volcanic, but it does do coastal, shallow, and oceanic, which is really my main. That's the main one I want. Hal Jordan, John Stewart, Gard Gardner, Kyle Rayner, and there are 2 new Earthling Green Lanterns. So, Hal Jordan was the original, who became Parallax. Is it John Stewart is the guy who was like the Marine, who like, his whole thing was like, I like summon armies made out of like constructs? What is this? Phone hums quietly, puts my hand. Oh. Yes, John Stewart is the military guy. Okay. And then I think Guy Gardner and Kyle Rayner, those 2 are basically like a buddy cop, right? They're like a buddy cop duo. I'm not super familiar on Green Lantern. I've seen like a watch through of what was this? Filter. Right, this is the crab. 3 crab-like creatures. I just blow this up. I'm not super familiar with them. I have seen a read-through of what's it called? Blackest Night, which obviously is like a really high-profile Green Lantern story. But I do think that Green Lantern... I'm not a huge fan of Green Lantern the character. I really think Green Lantern the core and the idea behind it and the idea of the Green Lantern storylines is really cool. I think that Green Lantern the character is a bit of a dweeb. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he's very interesting. I think in a fight, all he tends to do is just summon big hands and like grab people. But it also depends on which incarnation it is. Harlan Ellison has some harsh words regarding Hal Stewart suddenly becoming evil. And that's the thing. From what I'm aware, also Green Lantern is a total Lensman ripoff. I'm actually unfamiliar with that. Dock. My storage. Put you there. Put you there. Put you there. Put a single explosive there. Put you there. Go up here. So you've returned. I wasn't sure you were coming back. You dragged the massive music box into the room, gouging the wooden floorboards beneath it. The collector doesn't seem to mind. He's focused on the collector. Marvel? You found this at the cliffs, didn't you? Ah, excellent. He opens the crimson book, its spine cracking audibly. Selecting a page carefully, he begins to read aloud. The words sound muffled, as though he's speaking through a thick haze. Oh. We must keep searching. I've been thinking on where we might find another. Reef at Stellar Bastion may have caught and accumulated some wreckage. Search around that area. Huh. What do they do to me? So, manifest. Use these words to induce a trance-like state. While in this state, time will pass in the blink of an eye. When it's over, you'll find yourself there. As always, I caution against overusing this. Selectively and strategically utilize it when you most need it. Oh, so manifest doesn't actually teleport me. It's literally just like mind break. It's just turn my brain off for however long it takes to get back. Banishing words will provide you a temporary protection from most things. If spoken swiftly enough, they can be used defensively. Choose your moment carefully. The more they are spoken, the more they are understood. Okay, we have an ad presently. Interesting. I'm gonna take a nap real quick. Funk Shu. No, we're not gooning. This is not a trance-like state like gooning. Oh gosh, my thing got adjusted. The Lensman series is a series of science fiction novels by American author E.E. Doc Smith. It was a runner-up for the 1966 Hugo Awards for Best All-Time Series, losing to The Foundation by Asimov, which makes sense. Like, if you're in a fight with Asimov, you're probably going to lose, because he is seen as one of the classics of not just hard sci-fi, but also American literature, at least American fiction. What did I get here? Oh, so I have a 25% resistance to panic. Lensman also multiple anime series. Interesting. And I assume it's similar, where it's just like utilizing willpower and or some sort of technobabble in order to form constructs out of your own imagination. I mean, that's my assumption. Okay, so we have a minute left in the ad. We've been going for 4 hours. I mean, obviously I tend to go for like minimum 6 hours, but I don't know. We'll see how we're feeling. Also, I can sell this. These are still fresh though. Time didn't actually seem to legitimately pass. It just seems as though it passed. The lens itself isn't powered by technology. It's a living, semi-sentient construct created by Arisians, a super advanced race. It bonds to the wearer's mind, amplifying their mental abilities like telepathy, truth detection, and communication across space. I mean, I could see that being inspiration, but if it's not related to affecting the physical world, if it's more like a communication device, if it's more of telepathy, if it's more of lie detection and like seeing invisibility and whatever, that strikes me as less of Green Lantern, and that strikes me more as just a universal translator almost. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go here. We're gonna pick up any of these that have stuff in it. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. So I'm going to sell a singular ring because gold is good. but greed is better. So, but back to Marvel real quick, or back to comics real quick. Can we just appreciate how Marvel has dominated the movie scene for like over a decade, but DC, widely speaking, has dominated the small screen for much longer? Like, as much as you might love, oh, it's earrings, right? As much as you might love like different Marvel shows, like Spectacular Spider-Man, for instance, I feel as though it's kind of inarguable that in terms of quality and reception, by and large, DC is dominated. I have the key now. So it's super moody or a super goody two-shoes. I feel as though you should be a super goody two-shoes who in and of itself is moody. Like, you're edgy, but you're still a good person. You're still lawful good. You're just kind of like moody about it. You must have been around most of the islands by now. Have you found what you're looking for? I'm just fishing. Why do you mistrust me so? What have I done to warrant such suspicion? I'm not lying. I'm just fishing. Sorry, bro. My bad. Mobby. Lighthouse Keeper. I've been finding relics for the collector. Relics collector? I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve with this character. Do you even know? Have you stopped to consider it? That's it. And as much as I appreciate the ability to do something like that, I'm assuming the reason I could tell her is because I didn't tell her initially. I feel as though it's a little hollow when nothing comes from it. In a game like this, where, oh, who do you trust? Who is good? Who is bad? Blah, 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 blah. I feel as though the ability to trust one individual over another doesn't matter unless it has consequence. And it feels as though there's no consequence. That might just be because I haven't reached the point where there's consequences. Kind of like how in Do No Harm, there were consequences. Like minorly, but there still were consequences. But I feel as though it's less impactful when there's no real consequence. Also, I think I've... Ow. I think I've realized that all of the monsters spawn in the same place. Like, all of the anglerfish seem to spawn in the same place each night and follow the same path each night. So, like, I knew there was going to be an anglerfish there. I just didn't know if it would see me, and then it did. So... Are you going to follow me? Oh, nope. Yeah, so... You know, what are you going to do, coward? Maybe this is a bad idea to follow it, but I find that kind of funny. Like, one always seems to spawn over here. One always seems to spawn over, like, northwest of where my crab pots are. And then it just immediately goes back to his path. Like, maybe that's me kind of not engaging with the game in the way that I should be. But if there was some degree of, like, randomness or not being able to predict what the monsters were going to do, I feel like they would be more effective. But as it stands, it's just like, okay, I know at the start of the night I can't be to the southwest of Greater Marrow because I'm going to get monstered. But that's about it. Also, like, just the fact of, like, the trawl passively giving me more income because I'm just constantly finding stuff, even when I don't mean to, is so good. Actually, let me pick up another explosive. Dang it, you made me remember Motor City and Symbiotic Titan. What did I do? Tell Tell me what I did. Oh, I actually need to sleep. What did I do to you? Go on. Go on. Tell me. Blame me for your own problems and your own inadequacy. Mental powers aren't flashy enough in the Silver Age comics. Constructs are a carryover from the original Green Lantern. Well, because, Silver Age was when everything had to be silly. Everything was for kids. Everything was child-friendly. Nothing was so much as, PG-13. Because that was the defining characteristics of the Silver Age. Oh, so the explosives tend to lead to just, like, refined metal, which is obviously very good. But I have enough money that I can pretty reasonably just, like, buy it if need be. So, this is good to know that generally it's going to be leading me towards refined metal. Silver Age was atomic sci-fi. That's also a fair point. I wasn't sure of the tech levels. I more knew the cultural connotations. What is over there? I more knew the cultural connotations of just like, hey, after the Golden Age, we wanted to make sure that only little baby children were enjoying this because this was rising tensions in the US. What is that to my left? Did you see that on the left side of the screen? There was something in the water. I am suspicious. That's more, yeah, the Comics Code Authority, which I don't need more metal right now. Like, the Comics Code Authority is what pushed the Silver Age. The Comics Code Authority is what turned the Golden Age into the Silver Age. And obviously there was other changes that accompanied that, like the shift into more like atomic era sci-fi. But the big shift was the Comics Code Authority, the idea of like comics needing to be only for kids and preserving the youth. Science fiction and atomic horror, old schlocky films, post-World War II, post-nuclear bomb. Yeah. I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna... I have so many crabs. This is what happens when we are crab gaming. Oh, I need to pick up a blue mackerel. I forgot. I need to feed it to that, like, hooded figure. Not even because I necessarily think it's a good idea. Literally just for the content. What are we if not pursuers of the content? Actually... Red off. Single piece of wood. Upgrade. We want more netting. I would love more upgrade space. However, I think that right now our big thing is netting. Let's spend some of our scrap as well. We're gonna do you. Perfect. Huge sloths of scrap begonning itself. Also, I don't love how they did this. I don't know why they did this. However, I am going to put this better net there. Takes 6 hours. Goodness gracious, all night. Gonna put you there. So I'm gonna sell you. I need to use my bait. I keep forgetting to use my bait. I'm so silly. have a freaking necklace to sell. Oh. Spider-Man, Hulk, Fantastic Four radiation. Yeah, Golden Age was a super soldier serum. Oh, that's also very true. There's a lot of like radiation, I don't know, like atomic age methodologies behind people getting their powers. That's actually a very good thing that I hadn't considered. Or a very good point that I hadn't considered. Oh, there's more wood. Hog. I guess the dredge spots come back every once in a while. Either that or I just never finished this, but I feel like I did. Who knew that dredge was naturally replenishing? Okay, let's go grab our crab. Anti-communist. Yeah. Well, was the original Iron Man anti-communist? Like, obviously, the original Iron Man was extremely capitalist. However, was it explicitly to like show those dang dirty reds, or? A malignant pincer. Made specifically for that reason. See, I wouldn't be surprised, particularly if Iron Man was formed. Iron Man was one of the early ones, right? Because Captain America was in the 30s. Was Iron Man in the 40s? Because I know 50s was the height of the Red Scare. So I wouldn't be surprised if a character was made and then within 10 years was kind of subsumed into a role in which they were anti-communist or anti-whatever. But like Captain America, I know explicitly was designed to be American exceptionalism. Okay, so now if I go to the shipwright, how much are you? 720? I don't want to sell you because I want the mangrove and the volcanic. I mean, yeah, so I'll wait. I'll sell more crabs. I have the crabs to spare. Iron Man was explicitly anti-communist because he appeared at the height of the Cold War. Right, it reflected the 60s. In his debut story, he's a brilliant weapons manufacturer who goes to South Vietnam. Oh, really? I didn't know that his origin also had him be like captured by enemies of America. Basically, the way the MCU movie had it. I don't like that I can't put these back because with storage, it autofills it really weird all the time. I'm spending more effort sorting through these crab pots, I think, than I am getting money from the crab pots. Right, and wasn't Iron Man in the Mark 1 for quite some time? Wasn't Iron Man in the Mark 1 armor, like as his main armor, for a significant amount of his debut time? Because he only got like more developed suits later. I am liking what I'm doing in this game though, is that I set up a bunch of crab pots. I just sit on them for like 5 to 7 days in game because it takes me like a day or two to get to a location. I spend 4 to 6 days at that location and then I bounce. No, I don't want 10.2. I want 9. Let's pick you up. Game is
little silly sometimes. I enjoy this. I enjoy this game. But also, this game could use some, like, UI improvements, for instance. But that's okay. No game is perfect. Stan Lee himself said that he created Tony Stark as a rich capitalist, the kind of character nobody would like, but made him so charming that they would anyway, yeah. Ooh, rude squid. And I do appreciate it when you have a character, we talked about this in a related stream, is characters who you start out not liking and then you grow to like them over time. Those are always very fun characters. Because it's just the simple matter of like, it's always interesting to see how your relationship with a character develops over time and how you didn't expect that to change over time. It's gonna take all night. Lovely. So let me... I have the volcanic area and I have the non-volcanic area. The guy I'm working with said to go to the non-volcanic area, so I'll go with that first. I'm in no rush. That looks like... I assume dropping these like 9 meters down is... I assume I want them as deep as possible without properly... My assumption is I want to get them as deep as possible without getting into there's not actually enough. Oh gosh, wow, that's a lot. I've been operating under the assumption I want to get them down to like as close to 10 meters depth as possible without going over, because if I go over, then it's not plenty. But it could be that like I want it to go as deep as possible. That could very well be what the intended crab pot is. Although I do think that it's interesting how a lot of characters go through major revisions just culturally because of how they're perceived at the time, how they were developed, how they were initially conceptualized, and how that conflicts with or supports the ideals of later eras. And, oh, I can get sharks again. I love fishing for sharks. Just kidding. Shark fishing is very unbased. We love sharks in this house. Let's move you there, there, and there. Sharks deserve to not be fished. Because sharks are kind of lovely, and they have a very bad reputation because of Jaws. Which the creator of Jaws has come out and like apologized for, because he recognizes how harmful Jaws has been towards sharks. Which is always very interesting, seeing the real life consequences of something like that, where in Jaws, sharks are portrayed as scary, terrifying, monstrous, murderous even, and so people will retaliate against sharks, despite the fact that sharks really aren't that aggressive. And like, that's interesting. It's also sad, but it is quite interesting, I must say. IRL, you put crab pots in calm waters near rocky bottoms, seaweed beds, or sandy flats where crabs want to hide. Closer to shore in shallow parts, estuaries, or near piers. Depth is usually 10 to 40 feet. Well, we're looking at 10 meters here. Which 10 meters is just about, what is that, like 30 feet? That's more scrap. I don't need scrap right now. What I could do, though, is I could throw bait. Let's go down. 13 meters. Oh! It just creates a fishing spot. That's awesome. And I think it's dependent on not just what bait I use, but or not just where it is, but oh, so it's like a whole bunch of different ones. Interesting. Interesting. So, okay, that's neat. So it just creates a fishing spot in whatever area it is. But it's not the same fish each time. It is any fish that is available in that area. Sharks are older. Yeah. Sharks are crazy. Our galactic orbit they've been through too. Like, and that's always wild to think about, but sharks as a species are, I think, one of, if not the oldest thing that is still currently around, right? And it's so silly. Really, like, it's not even crazy, it's not even wild, it's just like, it's silly how long sharks have been around. Because they've been around forever. And they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's just get some mixed bait. I'm only gonna grab 2 though. I'm gonna grab 1 actually. I'm gonna have 1 on me so that I can just throw it out whenever I need it. We're currently at 4.5 hours. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to head out, making out like a bandit. I'm not gonna go to Devil's Spine. I think I'm gonna go to Stellar Bastion. I'm gonna go over here. So I'm gonna hit up these islands first. I'm gonna go out at night because it's a long enough trek that I will get there during the day. But if I explore, then I might not. I do like the occasional just like response whenever I do the horn. So that's the monster over there. So I'm being stealthy, I'm being sneaky, I'm incognito, as some would say. Though this is driving me insane. Which, I mean, like, I suppose going out into the ocean in the middle of the night by yourself without lights on would be kind of insane. Like, what's right there? I've seen that a couple times now. Like, would anyone be willing to go out in a boat by yourself in the middle of the night with no lights on? Like, ow. Oh no, I lost my explosives. Like, I understand conceptually it's not, like, a horrifying prospect, but it's certainly not a pleasant one. Even if you're not, like, scared of the ocean, even if you're not, like, worried something will happen, it's literally just, like, you would have to worry about everything in the dark. A collection of cases have washed up against the shore. Some of them have already split up and lost their contents to the waves. Photography equipment. Oh, I keep being told about this. What pursuits do I have? Catch a blue mackerel, catch a rare fish. Deliver. Yeah, so I don't care about that one really. I don't really care about the hooded figure. I kind of want to do it for the content, but at the same time, I'm also just like, I don't really care. Look at you. You're just valuables. Let me fish. I'm going to throw bait overboard. But I'm going to get further out first. Oh. Ooh. Awesome. Oh. An ocean sunfish.
It's a trophy. And another trophy. Okay, this piece of bait was good to me. Holy heck. So this is like between the Gale Cliffs. I could go back to the Gale Cliffs, pick up more explosives if I really wanted. I think I'm just going to explore a little bit. I'm not going to go over to the next plot area yet. I'm just going to kind of chill. Because this is a game where, like, I've been doing this for 46 days in game. Why are there so many campsites? I'm just kind of, I don't know if there's a time limit. I assume there's a time limit of, like, the game will end if you take too long, but I don't know when that is. Next to the dock is a derelict campsite. Strange symbols scratched in the sand. Search the campsite. There's nothing remarkable about it. Symbols spread the breadth of the camp, twisting this way and that. Some are grouped together into what must be words. Fresh footprints tread carefully around each symbol. The last symbol trails off hurriedly and looks unfinished. A glint of metal shines up through the sand. Nice. Whoever left the footprints was barefoot. The prints are large and wide, perhaps indicating they were left by a man, but you don't know much about footprints. Fresh footprints tread carefully around each symbol. I assume this was the previous captain the previous fisher that left all of these. Because, well, that's the only other person I've heard about being out here outside of, like, people I've met. Oh, that's one I haven't seen. What is that? This is so, like, drifty. I'm really not a fan of how drifty the car is. Or not the car, the thing is. The boat. It's called a boat. What is over here? Is this just scrap? No, this is research. Like, I think it would be funny to be like, oh, I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play Dredge without ever dredging. But I do feel like that is borderline, if not impossible. Because outside of just, oh, you would be at, like, level 1 ship the entire time, it's also, you can't complete the main quest. Unless I'm mistaken. I'm assuming the main quest is getting all of the artifacts, because the only other direction I've gotten is just bring back a bunch of fish. Oh, hello, yellow figure. Dirty gold robe secure all features except for a pair of hands. Fisherman deep calls, respond. An answer. Sure. They rip through the throat of this fish and tear out its heart. It's in their mouth before you have time to process what you just saw. Another sacrifice. Bang to abyssal. Oh, I don't have abyssal fishing. So this is. So there's a blue figure there. There's a. If I can place a marker. Oh, I didn't even know I could place markers. I'm gonna put one there. I'm gonna put one there. And I'm gonna remove that marker. Yeah. Huh. Nice. We're pogging. Okay, so I think what I'll do, it's already getting dark. I think I will head back over to Gale Cliffs because I have no more explosives. And I just want to have, like, a couple on hand. You know? Like, who doesn't want just some explosives on hand? So I am assuming also that if I just kind of choose a direction and drive off into it, I will just be swallowed by a giant monster. That's how invisible walls in games with oceans work, is that there's just a giant monster that will just consume you. Is that a thingy? That's a thingy. Which is obviously terrifying, but at the same time, it's like, if I know it's coming, it's not too bad. It's in a game where it has no right to be in. Like, there was that one jet skiing game that had a giant that had like a kraken arm, a giant tentacle that would pick you up and throw you if you went too far out of bounds. That's wood. Oh, I actually do have room for it. I could rock this. Ah. All right, Edge Boy 2 Shoes adventure has begun, has started. So I have not played Baldur's Gate 3. I know, I'm a VTuber who plays video games and who also has a D&D channel, and I've not played Baldur's Gate 3. Anathema. All I know is that apparently it's super good about giving player choice. Which in a video game is a wild thing. Because true player choice and legitimately thinking through many different interactions or options that the player will go through, incredible. Nope. I don't care, I'm selling it. I'm already here. Of course it was my prize, Moonfish. Storage. Put you away. Put you away. Let's repair. Oh, I didn't put my wood in storage. Well, actually, that doesn't matter because I can put wood there. There. Actually, I think I might be able to just do this. Because I think in my storage I only have one cloth. Never mind, never mind. In the floating dock, I'm gonna put a single cloth there. I don't really need more light. I guess more rod space would be nice. I'm not really using an engine space either. Let me just, real quick, we go into storage, grab just like 2 bits of metal, clear up some room. I have so much metal in my area. I actually, that requires 2, that requires 3. Oh, Pog, I can spend 4. I have more than enough metal scrap. And that clears up my space quite nicely. You forgot the tea? How dare you? Awesome. So now I just got a bunch of progress made and I cleared out my storage. Perfecto. Also, Baldur is not the end-all be-all for D&D players. See, that's the thing. I understand it's not the end-all be-all for D&D players. However, I feel as though at this point, with it getting like Game of the Year, with it being so high-profile, with it being so popular, both with D&D players and without, I feel like it's a little bit silly that I haven't played it. Which, at this point, I now have. I now own Baldur's Gate because someone bought it for me over the holidays. Someone got me Baldur's Gate 3, so now I can play it. The issue is it takes so long, it's such an investment, that I don't really have the time or energy to devote to it right now. But my goal is to play it at some point. I'm just going to have an explosive on hand. Alright, I could manifest my dreams to come true, but I'm just gonna boat. It's my personal... wait. Yeah, so I do have my large troll net. It's my personal gripe when people expect that if you belong to a group or movement, you must do the mainstream stuff. And that's the thing. I don't do the mainstream stuff a lot of the time because it costs money. And I try to avoid that. Sailfish are worth a lot of money, so sharp.
Every time you open your boat, I see that your motor things are on one side instead of being symmetrical. See, that's the thing. I would make it symmetrical, but then I would have less storage space. That is a legitimate concern that I have. Really what I should probably do is I should probably invest in a better motor. Because right now I have like the generic tier 1 motor, and I also have like the tier 1, like the tier 1.5 motor, like tier 2 motor in addition to that. I'm prioritizing storage space over motors. I don't know how wise that is. So that area over there is the next section. Ooh, Bissell. I want to do abyssal deep sea fishing. That seems so cool and also so scary. Like, I think that the deep sea is terrifying because I am a rational being. Unless you are irrational, you too will think that the deep sea is terrifying. A single doubloon. That's the thing. I can lie to whoever I want, but I'm not going to because I am an honest individual. I'm an honest salesperson. Ooh, is that a hammerhead? Yoink. Yeah. 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 Oh, wow. That is indeed a hammerhead. Huh. I'm going to go over here to pick up this flag. What the heck? Is that like a murder a murder jellyfish? Firefly squid. Ow. I did not need to do that. That was purely a skill issue. Anchor flag. Bug. What the heck are you? Why is it all like technicolor? Huh. It's a dog. I did read your message. I read about... Oh, wait, no, the two-piece swimsuit Subnautica stream. I did not read that message. I was focused on the game. I mean, I could do that. I think it would be really funny. I could have done that for April Fool's Day, but instead I did a D&D lecture. And that was my stream. There's a skinny brown dog leaping around in the shallows. Occasionally it lunges at the water, snapping at some small silvery fish. Its technique is ineffective. You jump off the boat into thigh-high water. The dog stops chasing the fish and focuses on you. Slowly approach. You wade towards the shore. As you get closer, the dog backs away a little. It sits. I'm going to call for the dog. You make soft, encouraging noises, and the dog cautiously approaches. It stops just out of your reach. I'm going to hold it some fish in my hand. Hold out some fish scraps in the palm of your hand. Dog approaches slowly. Soon it begins licking at them. Pat the dog. Its eyes follow your hand and it seems to understand you're not a threat. You make your way back towards the boat. As you're wading out, you hear the sloshing of foreleg. You stop and turn around. The dog is standing a few paces behind you. Tilts it. Of course. Its tail is wagging so hard it beats the water into a froth behind it. As you get into the... It's curled up asleep, opening eye. Oh my gosh. It walks around before curling into a ball and looking up at you. Maybe you could find a dog more permanent home. Okay. Ignore everything I'm doing. I am rescuing this dog. I am not going to take a single point of damage. I'm not going to do anything bad. I'm going to... Oh, there's more jellyfish. I'm going to rescue this dog. This puppy that has just become my friend. I don't actually... Can I put the dog in storage? Can I just be like, okay, you're my friend now? Find the dog a permanent home. Who would be good for that? Find the dog a home. I could try... Took the dog aboard. I could try to find a more permanent home for the dog. What? I mean, I know different
Oh. This is like an abandoned region. Like, my first thought is the builder, who just, like, has a little house and is by herself. I think that'd be cute. Just, like, living your own life away from everyone else. It makes little noises every time I interact with it. Oh, puppy! Wait. So you just saw the Minecraft movie with Friends. 6 out of 10. Good. Oh, Friends good, movie bad. Understood. Yeah, so we just got a puppy. And now we need to find it a home. And immediately, I fully just completely altered my plan. I don't care about the mission, I care about the dog. A sudden chill runs through your marrow, your bones, shooting up your arms, your neck. A deep vision enters your mind. Green glimmer of an aurora blooms in the night sky above the resort. A distant boom shakes the thatched roofs and rouses dreamers from their sleep. The waters withdraw, exposing the coral to the warm air. Confused creatures chitter and seek out their hiding places. Moments later, the wakers return, crashing, seething, sweeping souls out to the sea. Interesting. Yeah, I can explode it. Okay. This is probably going to be like reinforced metal. Yeah, I can do this. I was just seeing if I had even the area in my inventory for it, and I can just do that. I'll put a more in-depth review on the Discord so I don't completely derail the chat. Listen, you're fine. Today's chat has been very low-key. Despite the fact that we just discovered a dog, which is potentially the best thing about this game. Now, the main thing is, I am terrified of taking any amount of damage because I don't want the dog to die. Like, if I lose the dog, I'm gonna be restarting. I hope you know. Okay, I can't place the dog there. I was so worried. I was just like, what if I'm the monster? I think I just leave the grouper. Like, yeah, the grouper's probably worth a lot of money, but I think the hammerhead is probably worth more. And I need building materials really badly. Yeah, I think I should leave the grouper. I just wanted to see what it was. So I need to find this dog a home. Where? Oh, where could a home be? Just keep the dog. No, I'm really worried because if I take any damage, there's a chance the dog can die because it will be thrown overboard. And if that happens, I will not forgive myself. Let's... Traveling merchant. What those rare fish? No. I was hoping I could ask you about dog. Like, fish market. Floating dock. That's just cloth. It's just wood. That's also just wood. I could get this right now. I might as well. Like, I have the money to spare for it. I want the upgrade space. I'm probably not going to use it, necessarily. I need a single piece of cloth. Okay, so in my inventory, I have some reinforced metal, which is pretty good. I have a flag, and a doubloon. Some explosives. I have this dog. I need to take care of this dog. Like, okay, the dog is mine. The dog is just in my storage now. Say hello to dog, everyone. This is your new home. I'll give you some bait. I will treat you well. You will get walkies every morning. All right, we have solved the canine crisis. Good puppy. As if any puppy wasn't. Like, dogs are inherently blameless for anything that they do. And I don't care how traumatized you are by a dog. That's just the truth. I'm sorry. What? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Excuse you? Yeah, like, chill, bro. Sea of Thieves looking. Like, I wonder if I can dispel them. Dispel most evils for a time. Like, I've yet to use that. Oh, there's a whole little village over here. Nice. I'm on the southern end. Yeah, let's just head on in here. I imagine this is not going to be as simple as I would like it to be, but my hope is I just go in there, I explode some stuff. Bang, bang, boom. We hum free. Don't hums quietly. Oh, that was the one I was already at. The fact. Huh? Hadel. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. I'm not gonna lie. Given how much Hadel stuff is here and how deep this seems to be. I'm not the biggest fan, but at this point I no longer have a dog I need to take care of. I have a dog I need to return to. And those are two different things. Like, having a dog that you need to take care of means you need to be careful. You need to, like, account for your actions and the consequences of them. Having a dog you need to return to just means you need to not die. You need to make it back in one piece. It doesn't matter how damaged you are on the way back. Research outpost. Generator. An old generator sputters and takes over. Laboratory is in ruins with equipment and research papers strewn about the place. Where do you want to look? Open the cupboards. Check the cupboards. Log. Empty the cupboards. There's some strange looking prototype parts on the table, but we can't see any use for them right now. On the other side of the table, you see a hastily scrawled note. It reads, "Not safe, expect retaliation imminently, evacuating to fort." Don't wake him, that's just rude. See, that's the thing. Frank is the one who has anger issues, and I was told by his therapist that he needs exposure therapy. So, if swimming up to him, shining a light in his face, and blaring my foghorn to wake him up makes him start swinging, I think that's his problem. I don't think that's my problem. Look around the floor. You look around the floor, there are cracks in the base of the structure that grow to large gashes as you follow them along the walls. Something extremely large and powerful created those holes. You slowly reach your arm into one. Oh. You pluck an item from a gorge in the floor. Interesting. Like, I could invest in a better engine. Coastal shallow, coastal oceanic. Honestly, I might just go the heavy duty trawl. Like, you know? Like, I'm kind of rocking the trawl. I'm not gonna lie. The trawl has treated me quite well. So I don't see any reason not to invest in it. Like at present, this is better than the two normal ones I have. But I don't have enough points for it, so I will save my research. I think the jellyfish are the baddies. This is a really cool area. I will say, before I was kind of saying that all of the areas felt very similar. They felt very samey outside of the aesthetic. And then each of the... Interesting. Spectacles take up that much room in my inventory. I was saying how they all feel very samey. And they have slightly different mechanics in terms of the fishing that are there. But I don't necessarily think that's a big problem, if that makes sense. Like, none of these places... Oh, there's one over there I want to check out. None of these places strike me as requiring too much... But I don't have... Man, this is like where all of the abyssal fish are. None of these strike me as requiring to be entirely unique from one another. Ooh. Octopi. Glowing octopus. Like, I think that the fact that the areas are so similar does mean that jumping from one to another is extremely low consequence. Oh, that was a special one. 8 snapping mouths crawl over each other at the behest of a silent master. Oh my gosh. That's an octopus if it freaking had mouths instead of suckers. Really, Arrow? You think the ominously glowing red jellyfish are enemy? And Hero's gonna go and hug them. They're pink, right? They're pinkish. Is this another one of those dudes? The stone trembles before you, unknown symbols glow within. A sudden chill runs through the marrow of your bones. A spore floats in the water, drifting the current. Fish feast in a frenzy above, devouring its kin. The spore lands in the thick silt of the sea floor. Its roots stretch down into the seabed, growing, extending towards what lies beneath. Interesting. You seem to be the octopi, yes. I want a trophy. Or a special one. Oh, this is another weirdo. Weirdo alert, as my friend says. So that's the Starlight Pontoon. I want... Oh, the fort. Right, this is that thing that I saw earlier. Fog. My dog is safe. I feel so good. Okay, I'm gonna take some damage, but I'm gonna get a fish join my crew, apparently. Oh, whoa. Well, if I allowed that to hit me, I think I would have gotten a fish, but... Eh, I don't care about that fish. The therapist telling you that was a violation of social work code ethics? Yes. Well, yeah, because therapists are bound to not reveal what they were told. That is why therapy works. Because if therapists were allowed to just tell people what they heard, there would be no confidentiality. Why would you ever tell your therapist anything? If you were scared that your therapist knew that you wanted to quit work, so that they would tell your boss, you wouldn't tell your therapist that, and then you wouldn't be able to work through the issue of how you feel burnt out at work. Or if you're like cheating on your partner and you need to like come to grips with that and actually like get encouraged to be honest and tell your partner, like you're not going to tell your therapist that if you think your therapist is going to be a snitch, basically. So it's one of those things where therapists need to be able to separate what they can and can't reveal, which basically they can't reveal anything. And the only thing, like, for instance, we talked about Breaking Bad earlier. In Breaking Bad, for instance, there's a plot point where Walter is like doing drug dealer stuff, and then his family begs him to go to a therapist, and he goes to the therapist and he lies to the therapist so that the therapist, who can't reveal what was lied to him, basically gives Walter the okay. And it's framed as you
I'm telling you this in confidence because you're my therapist. I did something I shouldn't have done. It totally wasn't drug dealing, though. So then the therapist, thinking that he got through to Walter, because obviously, why would Walter lie if there was no reason for, if there was no fear of the therapist telling his family? The therapist goes like, don't worry, I vetted it. It's not as bad as you think it is. Walter's in the clear. You've read the OSHA regulations of therapists. The only thing they can reveal are plans to immediately harm themselves or other or child abuse. Yeah, so I've heard, and that's actually why I brought up the Breaking Bad one, is because in that, like, he asks the therapist, like, hey, what's your confidentiality policy? And then the therapist says, I am unable to tell anyone anything you told me unless you are planning to kill someone, in which case only I am allowed to tell that person directly. It's not even like you can report it to the police, which I think that's probably like dramatized. I don't know if how accurate that is, but it's the idea of like, yeah, you're not allowed to talk about anything, because then that means that people are actually going to talk to you about stuff. Who would have thought? Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting visitors. Who are you? I'm a fisherman. Ah, yes, I thought you had the look. But a fisherman all the way out here? Strange. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all the same. All right, we just have an ad break coming up. Let me drink my water. Let me sip my water and recover my voice, because my voice is a little bit failing. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking of winding down around now, but based on the progress I'm currently making, chat's a little quiet today. I could just continue dredging, and I could just knock out all 4 relics today, because I'm like, I don't know, probably half an hour from getting the 3rd. And then it's a matter of going to the volcano area and getting the 4th. I don't know how long that will take, but, well, who knows? Who knows? Ah, sorry. I was currently waiting on the ad. Sorry, I was checking a notification I got. Let me check that thing in the arrow cord y'all were talking about. Oh, the hobgoblin goons. Why are these so good? Well, like, I feel as though in an urban fantasy setting, hobgoblins absolutely would shift towards being like the mob. Because assuming all of the fantasy species retain their existing cultural stereotypes, their archetypes that they fulfill, their natural aptitudes and abilities that they lend themselves towards, I feel as though the modern incarnation of highly regimented and hierarchical military society that could function in a modern environment, and assuming it's not like a PMC, assuming it's not like a standing army, would probably be like organized crime. And that's also just really cool to think about. And then I think the more classic like goblins and orcs and bugbears, that would lend itself more towards like street gangs, where you could have an entire urban fantasy setting based around taking the traditional archetypes of different fantasy species and creatures and inserting them into a city dynamic. Could be pretty cool. Well, welcome back, everyone. You slept 6 hours in the last 40 hours, so yeah, you're a bit out of it. You should take better care of yourself. I need help collecting the research samples to study. I was originally posted at the research outpost on the interior of the Bastion, but it was attacked. A large creature emerged from the depths and destroyed the outpost. Now it rests in the center of the Bastion. I fled here and have been making do as best I can, but I had to leave most of my equipment behind, so my research came to a halt.
Take a look at the list of specimens I need. Please drop them off here. You might need to experiment with different fishing strategies to collect them. Firefly squid? Oh, I had a firefly squid before. An aurora jellyfish. Oh, I have 2 of these. Oh, this only comes in a net. Nice. This is smaller. Thank you. Looks like you caught all the surface specimen I need. But yes, I do need some from deeper down. But that's going to be a problem. Why is that a problem? I developed a device to retrieve samples from the abyssal zone. That was over in the other research outpost before the attack. I have an idea how to keep a creature at bay long enough to collect the samples. But while I work on that, I need you to retrieve some prototype parts. Carefully, I suggest you go during the day. I wouldn't want to be out in the reef at night. Is there anything else? Okay, I was already over there, so I am just going to head on back. Look at them, they're like buzzing locusts under the sea. I do love when people give a modern spin to high fantasy. I usually see it following a culture mixing though, so it'd be interesting to see them all stay separate organizations. That's what I'm saying, is that I feel as though a lot of the time they are merged into existing cultures. For instance, the example that comes to mind is Bright, where regardless of how healthy a representation it was, orcs were fantasy black people. They took strongly from African American culture. They used AAVE. They were sequestered into. Oh! Why is there a giant monster? See, docking is where it's at. I just gotta dock and I can't be attacked. Inspecting the equipment on the table. Oh wow, that's very little. Steal the prototype parts on board. That's it. I thought I was supposed to go out during the day. That did not help. Oh, is like that it right there? Oh, boop. Nope, that's not it. But yeah, so it's the sort of deal where like, generally that's where you get into coding, is when you take like, here's a fantasy group and we're going to ascribe them cultural traits normally seen in a real life culture. And then you start getting a bunch of assumptions of, oh, well, you're saying XYZ about orcs. Are you saying that about the people that orcs were based off of? And that's generally not what the writer is saying, but that's how the audience is going to perceive it. What do you need? I have those prototype parts. Excellent. Let me assemble it. This should allow you to collect specimens far more down. I can return later. The storage. I've developed a repulsion machine that should produce a bright light and emits a high-pitched noise. Should deter the creature from attacking or enrage it. I'm not sure. Connected to the research outpost generator. You'll have to return and re-engage it every few hours, but other than that, it's completely automated. I'll do this and that. Great. Now take a look at these list of specimens. Remember, you want to install and activate the machine before attempting to collect these. You might also need to improve the equipment I gave you to catch some of these. Hadal, Abyssal, Hadal, Abyssal. This is so cool. Is there anything else? Tell me about yourself. Okay. I don't think there's much to say. I studied biological science at Ironhaven College. It was a struggle. There was no other female students in the department that year, or the year before, or the year before that. It's hard not to feel like an outsider in an environment like that, you know? You probably don't. When I graduated, I managed to land a job at the Northern Biological Research Society, and then, well, I was posted here. By myself. I thought I would relish the peace and quiet, but I miss having company. I've always had someone, or at least a pet. But out here it's just machines. This is why I didn't bring the dog anywhere else, because I knew that game design-wise, someone in this Isola would want company. Someone in this Isola would want a dog. This dog needs a home. Do you want it? A dog? Oh gosh, let me see. The dog bounds over to the researcher. She crouches down to pet the dog, grinning. The dog licks her chin in response. I could definitely take this one off your hands, and I'd love the company. Are you sure? Yeah, you should take the dog. Yes, thank you. Oh, we're gonna be such good friends. He can be my assistant. Suddenly, the dog stands upright and begins to retch, its stomach heaving. Seconds later, it vomits a wet glob onto the floor. Something glistens through the mucus. Oh, that's interesting. I suppose that's yours if you want it. Sure, thank you, dog. I can clean up the rest. Don't you worry about it. We are so pogging. Yeah, we found a dog and we gave it food, and in one shot, I immediately befriended the dog because I know how dogs work. And then I gave the dog to someone who wanted company because the dog needed a home. What sort of creature attacked you? Well, I got the sense it was attacking the research outpost itself rather than me specifically. I suspect it was disturbed by my monitoring equipment. There were dozens of machines running there, all powered by a noisy generator. It was huge, larger than any other marine species I've studied. It attacked with tentacles, so I guess that's some sort of octopus or squid or anemone. One of my research vessels was moored around the back of the station, so I managed to slip away in that while it was tearing apart the front. There's a lot of valuable data and equipment left there, but I'm not going back. I won't face it again. Is there anything else? Now that you mention it, I've been so preoccupied with the attack and having to rebuild here, I'd almost forgotten. I found these letters from my sister. She sent them to me while I was studying before she's quiet a moment and stares off to the side. Anyway, I kept finding myself amongst these papers. I don't remember packing them, but I must have. I started finding them more frequently. They turned up in my collection nets, in my sampling tubes. They were letters I'd never seen before, but they were her writing. They were in her name. They were saying things, talking about things that happened after she died. I can't explain it. And then we just move on from that. Yeah, so Tolkien's orcs is a weird spot because I think I've heard the take that they were like I think that they were allegorical. I know Tolkien didn't like allegory. Tolkien was anti-allegory and did not want the Lord of the Rings to be read as allegorical. That being said, there were certain parts of his storytelling and his lore and his world building which were allegories, which, like, for instance, Saruman, the coming of the Age of Man, the fleeing of the elves, all was representative and tied back to industrialization taking over kind of like the natural world, which was something that he not only felt very strongly about, but it was also deeply saddened by. I'm gonna stick to the outside because there's gonna be a monster in there in like an hour. Can I even capture this? No, I don't have room for a hammerhead. I'm sorry. Bad guy named Sauron has a sidekick named Saruman. Have you seen the video where it's just like Tolkien coming up with names? And it's like, good heavens, I thought the old well dried up there for a moment. Oh, don't you worry, old chap. You've got this one. And then he's just like hyping himself up after making the most like inane and silly names, which I will say, in defending like a group, like a family of hobbits being named Hairyfoot because of their hairy feet, or the sidekick of Sauron being named Saruman because he's like Sauron but more of a mon. Like, Tolkien was a linguist, I think not a phrenologist, but there was something else. I in a recent video I looked this up and I learned what the term was. But like a sub form of linguist, where like he translated Beowulf, he was super into Norse mythology specifically, and a lot of old names were just literal translations of something in that language that then got translated and kept the translation, or sorry, got taken over as a loan word without being translated. So Beowulf was just like great wolf or something, or like a large wolf, which basically just meant bear. So the story of Beowulf is the story of a dude named Bear, or like a guy called Bear. For instance, Plato was his wrestling name, and that just meant broad because he was broad-shouldered. He was a wrestler. That was like his wrestling name. His name wasn't Plato. And Plato just meant like it was slang for the fact that he was like a really broad chested dude. So in defense of Tolkien, we find that silly because we know what those mean. But if you come up with a different name, if you come up with a name from a different language, like Treebeard, you say, then something Treebeard. I mean, Beowulf didn't live a double life as a Greek philosopher. You know what? I think there was a hundreds of years of difference, if not over 1,000, but maybe. Oh, wow. I will return to this. I don't think I can capture you. So I will simply acquire my friend instead. I will go over to the wandering merchant, who is like the only one who's good to me in this entire area, because she allows me to sell her stuff wherever I am, despite the fact that it is mighty suspicious that she is everywhere. I'm gonna make like 500. 430. Not that far off. Storage. I just realized I could be putting my fish in storage, and then from storage I could sell my stuff. I just realized that. What's the repulsion machine? If I research, if I shipyard, oh gosh, I could buy a better floodlight. 2100 and 30 lumens. I can't use the incandescent array, so I guess I'll build you and then I'll just sell you. So my lights are better now. Let's repair all. I have, so the heavy duty is better than the large. I'm just going through and upgrading all my equipment because I have money for it. So I think I beak on you. Like, I'll just buy another one if necessary. Oh, I can buy explosives from you? That's so pog. Buy you. Oh, I'm too poor. Oh no. Luckily. Okay. Barracuda. Sorry, I immediately thought of the song Barracuda. So I can just get a bunch of Barracudas, sell them, and then I can immediately invest in a very high-powered deep-sea fishing thing. Oh! Savage Barracuda. It thrashes about ruinously, jaws snapping and tearing its own flesh apart, a body sundered by ravenous hatred. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna wait for the trophy. Oh. And I'm gonna sell all these. I'm probably gonna get like 300, maybe 200, because I have a special and a trophy. 230. Again, I was far closer than I had any reason to be. And then I'm going to go to the shipyard. Buy you. Now, with my research charge, I'm going to invest in the Fathomless Wench. Fathomless Winch, not the Fathomless Wench. I've been called a Fathomless Wench before, I'm sure. 675? Easy, no problem there. So that's Abyssal Hadal Oceanic. In storage, I'm going to sell you, because you're only Oceanic. Oh, I can sell scrap? Not for much, though. That's good to know. I could sell my Versatile Rod, because I'm not doing the Mangrove or the Volcanic. I'll have to buy it again later. But I can get a bunch of money in the meantime. Should probably also grab some bait. I'll just get some more food. Not food. I will get some more, what's it called? I will simply get some more fish because it is super easy to fish in this. I will simply go out to a deeper depth. I'll throw some bait. I made it Engie? Well, yeah, I made it Engie. It deserves to be Engie. Okay, the music picked up and I was like, what did I do? Like, I was like, did I do that? Like, I'm assuming these are super valuable because they're big boys, but I actually have no idea. The fact you can't flip horizontal in this though is a little annoying because I would... Where is... What? What? Where? I get turned out. What? What? Oh, it's over there. The fact you can't flip horizontal is a little annoying in my inventory because that'd be so convenient. There'd be so many things I'd be able to just like shift around super easily. Off topic, a character literally says I have to unalive you in the mic. No. No. Breaking news. Streamer discovers putting things into large places for storing things works. More at 11. Yeah, shut up. No one comes to me for my intelligence. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think anyone comes to these streams to be amazed by my intelligence. I think, bare minimum, people come here to be amazed at my lack of intelligence and how... Oh, wait. I'm in the center. That's kind of spooky. I see like tentacles or something in the distance. That's kind of spooky. Trophy. Hog. Like, do you see those giant tentacles moving? I thought the thing that like came out and was chasing me was the monster. No, it's like a kraken. Oh, weirdo. Its body extends and collapses together with each gasping breath. Nature dissected into mechanical motion. Oof. Boom. Easy. Easy. Only slander Rory? Wait, I thought those were seaweed. No, those are tentacles. That is a giant monster. Oh, no. I slander everyone, including myself. It would be no fun if I didn't slander myself. Oh, wow. 450. Yeah, that's... We're pogging. We are straight pogging. And now I can buy the Fathomless Winch. Which... Throw you there. I put you in storage. Now I can do Abyssal, Hadal, and Oceanic. I can fish for deep sea fishes. Radiant squid. Huh. Yeah, all the coastal ones I can't do anymore. Or like the shallows. There's so many things I can do, but I'm so... There's a giant monster in there. That's so spooky. It's so spooky scary. Why would you dive IRL if no PlayStation control? Wait, would you deep dive IRL if no PlayStation stations? So like, if it wasn't Watergate, if it was a proper like deep sea submarine that was by like trained professionals and like I had some means or reason to trust. Oh right, I'm not by the... I forgot where I was for a second. I had some means to trust that the people in charge were like competent. I don't think I would. I don't think that people... I don't think folks in chat recognize how much I dislike the ocean. Like, when I say, like, oh, yeah, haha, like, playing Subnautica, I might need chat to hold my hand. Like, no, literally, like, the ocean scares me. So I don't like, even if I was in like a military grade sub or like a research grade sub, like a research grade sub that I had assurances that like, oh yeah, this has never fallen apart and it never will because we're awesome. No, thank you. I think getting in like a submarine is probably like the last place I would want to be. I think I would rather be in a spaceship than in a submarine. Giant monsters are cool, but what if it was giant mobster? Listen, someone drew giantess fan art of me, see? They made me a giant mobster, see? Oh my gosh. I can get friend. Anglerfish. Oh, it's so big. Someone wanted an anglerfish. I don't remember who. But in the meantime, let me head over here. Also, I keep like hearing dolphins or like orcas in the distance. That makes me feel safe because that means that the giant monster did not kill all the orcas and dolphins. The research propulsion machine could be connected here. A small object rolled out from under the generator covered in dried salt. Activate the machine. Yes. It hums and roars to life. A few seconds later, a bright light shoots from the top and an alarm begins blaring. The researcher said it should keep the creature at bay for a time at least. Okay, so I just topped it off again for really no reason. I'm going to go out. What is my mission? Collect all samples. I need to help the researcher collect samples. Anglerfish, loose jaw, giant amphipod, snailfish. Okay, so she is the one that wanted the anglerfish. Well, let's go for it. I'm spooked. Okay, I'm actually kind of nervous. I know that this game isn't scary this way, but like, this does giant, sure. I don't think this is what I need. I am not liking that the camera goes down. Snailfish. It's all blue. Hi, Coid. I'm scared. So you'd rather be in a spaceship when diving than in a sub? Kind of weird, but whatever floats my goat. You know what? Well, actually, like, you're being silly, but I think a spaceship would not, like assuming it wasn't like a combustion spaceship, because obviously it wouldn't be able to explode if it was, it wouldn't be able to combust if it was underwater. If it was propelled by something else, I think that that would be kind of the ideal underwater transit. No, that wasn't adorable noises. That was me being scared. Like that was me genuinely being unsettled. But it wasn't ready. It was a rock mobster. Rock mobster! A spaceship, so it can take anywhere between 1 and 0 atmospheres. Okay, that's fair. It would not be able to handle the atmospheric pressure. However. But yeah, so Coid joined in. Like, that was legit. That was probably the closest to me genuinely being frightened. Actually, no. There was the one time with the llama. So I was very surprised by the llama in Voices of the Void. That was legitimately, like, kind of terrifying for me. I've made it very clear I don't like the ocean. So actually, you're 36. You're 36. You're smaller. Oh, Pog. You. Awesome. Awesome. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Bad news always. Bad news is the samples you retrieve from the Bastion have dangerously high counts of cellular mutations. The good news is that I've honed in on what's causing the abnormalities in the ecosystem. This all points to one thing. That thing in the Bayesian is harmful to life at a cellular level. It damages everything around it, whether passively or with intent. I need to write up a report on my findings, our findings, immediately. Maybe now they'll take me seriously. Oh, how rude of me. You've done all this for me and I've not got much to say thank you with. You should have this. She opens a drawer and pulls out a book, hands it to you. Something I wrote during my studies. I think it'll be useful to you. Thanks again for your help. I'd recommend that you avoid the area. It doesn't seem safe to be near the Bastion. So that did not give me the item that I was looking for here. The drama llama, yeah. You remember the drama incident? The llama incident, yeah. So like, obviously I was making noises, right? I was making noises that demonstrated I was not having a good time. A beacon from the depths below, a glimpse of a new sky. I demonstrated I was not having a good time with those noises, right? I feel like that was very clear. Like, was it clear that I was like scared? I am kind of curious how I came off. Research lady with pet dog. If I wasn't ace, I'd be going feral. See, that's the thing. You can go feral, but just in a like, I wish that were me kind of way, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, research lady with a dog who just kind of like is off doing her own thing, enjoying her own life, and pursuing her own interests. Like, that is, if that's not girl boss, I don't know what is. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, that is the most girl boss I've seen in a while. Also, I like how the loose jaw is a corner piece, because the actual jaw is weird. Oh gosh, perished loose jaw. A few ragged scraps of skin hang like cobwebs from its fins. Its exposed muscles are riddled with small white worms. Ugh. All right, well, head back in here. I'll avoid the badness. Then I just need to gaslight and gatekeep. See, that's the thing. Every friend group has a girl boss, a gaslight, and a gatekeep. Which are you? And if you're saying you're none of them, then you're gaslighting yourself. Wait. I don't want to go here. I want to go over there. Makes me nervous. See, this is just a giant pit in the world. There's a giant pit in the world that has something living in it. How is that not terrifying? Is there... Do I have to dredge? Yeah, I have to dredge. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to sell my stuff. I need to go to the research lab. I need to activate the signal. And then I need to freaking... what's it called? I need to dredge that up because the research quest was the side quest so I could get the artifact. All of these places have some sort of side quest that will end up giving me the artifact. Thalassophobia Simulator? No, that's Subnautica. This isn't even Thalassophobia Simulator. This is literally just like the one area where I'm like, Subnautica would probably put me into aerocardiac arrest. See, I don't really have thalassophobia, but those really drop-offs get to you. See, that's again, I would be interested in playing what's it called? In playing Subnautica, but I've seen a playthrough, so I feel like it wouldn't be like an authentic reaction, like, right? I would not be going in blind, so I don't feel like it would be super interesting to a viewer, is my concern. But I do think it would be kind of fun to play a game where I'm like oh no, I'm scared. Like, genuinely scared. Like, this is legitimately scary for me. Huh? Where am I going? Yeah. This is like, I've played Dead by Daylight on stream. I have played Made of Scare, which was a horror game on stream. I played Voice of the Void, which is like a horror comedy game. None of those really bothered me. This legitimately is like... This is making me make noises, is how bad it is. Okay. I just need to... What, seeing someone playing it and playing it are two different things? That is fair. But also it's like the same deal with Undertale, right? I have never played Undertale, but I've seen people play Undertale. I've seen enough of Undertale that I feel as though... Oh, wait, there's a map over there for Gore. Let me activate this. I've seen people play it, so I don't feel as though it would be like it would be an interesting playthrough, even though like, oh, playing Undertale is totally different from watching it. Like, I don't know if I agree with that. Which, or, like, obviously I agree with that, but there's there. Sorry. I saw the blue and I got scared. Why is everything right? Oh, because it's dark. It's dark. It's dark. Okay. I'm leaving. No. I'm hasting out. Yeah, in case you were ever wondering what I sound like when I'm scared, that. Good. That's gracious. The blue reminds you of the aliens in Edge of Tomorrow? Sorry about that. Got really scared. Though, I will say, scared arrow noises to study or relax to is a wild thing to say. Oh! Bursting anglerfish. The deep faces its own consequences of creation. In the darkness, brutality becoming the ultimate filter. I don't think I can fit any more. Unless I do like that. And I can get one more. Okay, so... Do I have storage here? I don't think I have storage there. So I need to return. There's a map there that I want, which I think I can sell. Okay. You okay there, fish buddy? I don't think they are. I think, in fact, they're having a very not good time. Oh, there's a monster in this area. That's why I got attacked before. Look at the ship. There's a monster there, which isn't the worst. You can just go around. Oh, it went away. Ha! Elbozo. I need to go find my cat, make sure they're okay. Scared arrow noises to make you think you need to check on your pets. Should I be insulted? Yeah, Undertale's not great with spoilers. Take great pains to avoid spoiling instead of our friend group. Or inside of your friend group. Yeah, and like... I watched Undertale stuff years and years ago. And like, I think I've seen a little bit of gameplay recently because someone was playing through it. Like, similarly, Deltarune is a game. Why'd the music pick up? Deltarune is a game that I played chapter 1 back when it came out. But fundamentally, I'm like, I haven't kept up with Deltarune and I don't really care to. I might play Deltarune when it like I know nothing about what happens in chapter 2 Apparently chapter 3 and chapter 4 are dropping soon, which that's pretty pog. But like I haven't kept up with that. I watched a little bit of part 1. So what I would probably do is if I was to play it, I would play through part 1 on stream, like as a part of whatever group it is. Whatever. So this is a, yeah, that's a rock man. I'd probably play through part 1 because I don't really remember what happens in part 1. I remember vague details. But I know nothing about part 2, part 3, part 4, and I'll probably just avoid gameplay of it. Like, the only reason I watched someone playing through part 1 at Deltarune the other day is because it was Mayoshi. It was a streamer who I like watching consistently. So the fact they were playing a game I recognized, I was like, I want to see you play that. And even then, I just like had it on the background. Kitty acquired. Why would I be insulted? I don't know why I would be insulted. I mean, if it's meant to be insulting, I'll take it as an insult. I'm hoping you have a great day and you're keeping safe. Elsa, you just came in right after I was like, unironically, like, not having a good time. I was really scared. Ooh, more map pieces. Cloth, hog. I need cloth. Oh, there's multiple boats here. Oh, got it. So I have to like piece together this map. It's just red. Listen, I am not one to be insulted. People have said some pretty heinous stuff to me that I have not cared about. However, I will recognize it as an insult if it is meant to be insulting. As I think I should. That cloth? No, it's scrap. Which I am running low on scrap now because I spent a bunch of it because I just got through my reserves. You're stroking soft, fluffy kitty because of it, so... Well, I'm glad that you had something good come from it. Because I didn't. I was struggling, and I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. Because, like, obviously I understand that, like, oh, streamer got scared, good content. But also it's like, I don't know how interesting that is to watch. I don't know how interesting that is to listen to. Ooh. So my goal with streams fundamentally is to enjoy myself and have a good time. But then on top of that, to also be entertaining. As much as I want to have a good time, I have to temper that with being an entertainer. And I think that's very important to me. So if I ever get scared or something, I'll always be like, I don't know if that was actually entertaining or if that was just kind of sad. Okay. So we got storage. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It certainly was interesting. Arrow needs 5 minutes of emotional support fluff. I need 5 minutes of just like a dog. I need to just pet a dog and have good things happen. Is that too much to ask for? The answer is yes, that is too much to ask for. I'm being greedy. But that's okay. Wow, I am like full up on my inventory. I'm trying to make all this fit. I've filled up my inventory. Fog. So. I have a scrap of paper that has an X. I presume this is the Isola, the Stellar Bajan, and it's like right there, right? I think it's literally right there. Do I even need more of this? I probably should grab more of this, but I miss being able to afford dogs. Those are good boys. See, that's the thing. Dogs, much more effort than cat. Straight up. Like, that's not an argument to get into. I think what needs you have from a pet will determine if you are a dog person or a cat person. If you are someone who just wants a cute little thing that you can pet and that you can like take care of. I think that is cat territory. I think dog is if you want like a force in your life that will, oh, that's coastal. You want a force in your life that will just kind of like ensure emotional stability, which you have to pay for that force. You have to go on walks. You have to take care of that dog. You have to put in a lot more effort into taking care of your animal. What is it? Huh? Oh no. So it's... Sorry, let me... I'm looking where this map is now. I mean, I think it's a 3x3 with this. Is it? Oh no. So this is north, so it's actually down there. So this wants me, because this is upside down. Yeah, it's right here. So I have to go, this way.
Protective shield.
Thank you for the protective shield. That's really what I need. Well, know what? Chat, you let me down. You didn't give me a protective shield when I was scared. That's what I need from you. Oh my gosh, I just realized. So, like, I don't know much about Subnautica. I've seen a playthrough. I didn't really watch it too closely, though. I know there's, like, the ecological dead zone. I know that there's a massive crater that you just drop off into. I think I would be less scared of, like, Reaper Leviathans than I would be of those. Sorry, I was talking about drop-offs, and then I saw that this was no longer shallow, and I got scared. I'm sorry. My apologies. I need to go more south. Like south by southwest.
Protective shield.
Plus own a home or rent out. Depends on what the place you're staying at has.
Protective shield. 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 Protective shield.
Sorry. Got scared. Did you see me jump? Did you see me like jump where I was? Lying just beneath the surface of the water's floating chest held down. I assumed it wasn't a monster. I assumed it wasn't a monster. I just stayed still and it passed and it was fine. Open it. Oh wow. Big bag of doubloons. Oh my gosh. I'm so scared. Why do I play games that are scary? They're not even scary games. I'm just scared. I don't know if I want to go further out. Arrow skirt. Not arrow skirt. What if that thing comes back?
Ooh.
Nah, no, that's mean. You're not allowed to be mean to me. I'm in a vulnerable position. The shield scared them. Yes, thank you. You saved me. You scared off the scary monster. Did I get the treasure? I thought the treasure was further down. So,
Protective shield. Protective shield.
oh, that's a whale.
Protective
Okay,
shield.
okay. Whales are cool. Whales are nice.
All will be well and all manner of well will be will.
Thank you? I think. So I'm assuming that chest I just opened up is what the map was leading towards. But I thought maybe it was down here. Okay, so I did the little treasure map quest. Well, actually. Oh, no, never mind. I was right. It was just right up there. Okay, later, losers. I am leaving. So before I return this, I'm gonna go back I'm gonna go back on land, and I'm going to deposit my money, like my fish, and I'm gonna talk to the lantern keeper about the object I have. Because I have good enough abilities that I think I might just talk to the lantern keeper instead of talking to the curio collector if I'm able. See, the interesting thing about it is it's described flavorfully as I don't actually teleport, I just go into a trance, and that makes time pass extremely quickly. Because that's just how it feels. Okay, so I can't talk to you. I'm going to dry dock. Wait, I got a spool of cloth. Let us dry dock. Okay. And then I need another spool of cloth. Somehow, somewhere. I'm going to... I'm going to take... Cargo. Put you there. Grab you. I'm gonna sell all this because I'm right by the dude who buys this. Is my goal. There. To there. To there. Grab you. I'm going to grab you. I'm also going. I mean, I don't actually have to do this right now. I can. I actually don't have to do this. I can just go over here first, and then I can deposit all the stuff. No. Should I make a short of me making scared noises? Is that what you want? Should I just make a short of just like, yeah, I got scared. Here's what I do when I'm scared. Sleep well. Okay, good night. Enjoy. First off, painter. Deliver flag. No thanks. I like my Ouroboros. Leave. I'm gonna go to the trader. I'm going to sell everything. Oh, I think because I didn't actually complete the map, it didn't like become one object is my assumption? I don't know. I have something in my crawl. Now I'm going to storage. You sampling device. Got that for free. Actually, let me find room for this. Cause like I'm gonna put you there. Let's move you and you and you. Not full length video, not a short. I mean, I could. I mean, though, I'm very yeah. So apparently, dredge spots do actually respawn. I didn't know that. Look, you can see the dog off in the distance, way over there. My long form videos do not do nearly as well as my shorts do, and even my shorts can be pretty hit or miss depending on if they fulfill a niche. You walk in and place the jewel-encrusted ring on a table by the collector, his eyes wide. If it was a ring, why was it so big? We're certainly making excellent progress now, and I know what you're thinking. An item like this would fetch a fortune at any auction, but for us, its value transcends material wealth. Regardless, you are due a reward. Once more, he opens his book, dust pouring from the pages as he reads aloud. You begin to feel weak, but you're rooted to the spot, knees on the verge of buckling. Instantly harvest an entire... As he finishes speaking, your blood rushes back to your legs. A strange feeling of power grows in your chest. We're so close. One remains. I loathe to suggest it, but the abyssal plane on the approach to Devil's Spine is a likely candidate. See what you can find. I'll mark the location on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else? Atrophy. The phrase instantly calls the closest shoal of fish, readying them for swift reaping. It can be heard from a great distance, so you need not be close to your victims. The population is unlikely to recover from such a vile trauma. Use it sparingly. Oh, okay. So fishing naturally allows it to recover over time, but if I use atrophy, it's done, presumably. Are you human? Your inquiry is met with a piercing gaze. Why, of course, as human as you are. Anything else? How do you know where these relics are? I largely don't, but I read the seas. I see the swells that give shape to their formless. To the formless. I hear the waves that whisper secrets to their witnesses, and I speak to the currents that hold a memory of all they claim. Well, I'm probably not going to use atrophy much. Go inside. It's locked. I probably unlock that once I... What was the photography? Catch a blue mackerel. Over a rotting eel. Delivering the center of Gale Cliffs. I can do that. I haven't seen any of these. Oh, the figure in gold. Where's the figure in gold? So I know where the figure in gold is. They want a anglerfish. So I'll probably do my crab pots. Ah! Every time. Kind of similar niche as the yawn compilation. See, that's the thing. I think most people don't actually want that. I think most people don't want compilations of me making noises. However, I feel like a couple people do. And I think it's mostly a bit. I think it's mostly a joke. Which... Oh, wow. Left mouth sharp. Ooh. A large body bisected by an enormous grinning maw. Teeth stretched down forever into the blackness of its large gullet. I feel like most people don't actually want that. I feel like it's more a meme than anything else. But I feel like there are probably a couple people who do genuinely, like, would be interested in something like that. I can discard bait. No, I actually don't need to. Okay. Unless being perverts and simps is the bit. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like most people... Is it like a simp thing? Like me, like... I don't know. I've never been into that kind of stuff, so I actually don't know what the methodology is behind, like, people who are into that. I'm not really one to judge. I try not to feed anything that would be parasocial. I try my best to, like, well, be responsible as a content creator, because I understand that a lot of times when things get really bad, like parasocially, it's not the creator's fault, but the creator oftentimes did not do enough actively to prevent it from getting to that point. So I don't want to feed into that. But at the same time, I also think it's like, it can be funny to have like, oh yeah, here's my yawn compilation. So I'm not going to sit there and be like, it's evil. None. Plenty. Let me pick you up. Let me drop you. Oh, where am I going? There. Yes. Fish Buddy needs a dentist? Yeah, he needs several dentists, given that he is mostly teeth. We unironically need a creator code of ethics. I mean, honestly, like, I do think that something like the Comics Code Authority or like the, what was it, MSR rating of video games, they're more restrictive than they are good. They are, generally speaking, made by people who have no idea what the deal with the space is, and therefore just make arbitrary decisions based off what they think is good without any knowledge of the actual environment. I think we are at the point where there are people who are like in their 40s, 50s, 60s who have been making content for 10, 20, 30 years and would be reasonable subject matter experts to make like run organizations. Because generally, if you're like a 50-year-old content creator, either your content involves that as a part of its branding, or I just kind of reflexively was like, I don't know if this is good or not. Is this too loud for you? I don't know if that was too loud. I'm so sorry if it was. Was that island always there? Yeah, it was. I was going crazy for a second. Crazy. I was crazy once. Experts? No, that's forbidden. It must be the most knee-jerk of Dunning-Krugers. Okay, I was just worried because it was a little loud for me, so I was worried it was a bit too loud for you. Oh, come on. Well, it's always right before I sell something. What even was it? Oh, it's a random crab. Let's repair all. We're going to sleep. It is crazy how to play this game optimally, you just like sleep like 2 hours a night. Sometimes 2 hours every other night. Because if you're primarily active during the day, and then at night all you do is like stay in lit shores, you really don't lose sanity that much. I think I start deploying once I hit like 8. Pick up. Pick up. Pick up. Not enough space. Now there is, because I am a stacking genius. Just like me, TBH, not really. Needing less sleep is an early warning sign of loss of humanities. Here's the thing. Oftentimes, a lack of sleep is seen as a symptom or precursor to insanity. So, what's the deal with me? Okay, we're currently in an ad. I'm gonna sell all my fish. I'm gonna repair all my stuff. And then I am going to pause real quick and drink some more water. I smack. Add sanity. My headphones are gone. Let me turn these off. I think what I do, I just dropped out a bunch of crab pots. I think being attracted to a streamer's voice is simp behavior. Well, can't help what they are and aren't attracted to. It's just if they're weird about it, I think something's actually going to happen. Yeah, and that's where you get into parasociality. That's where you get into, like, people being weirdos. That's where you get into people being problematic. It's not... I don't think it's a problem if, like, you have an attraction to someone or something that necessarily you have no realistic chance of getting with. So long as you recognize, like, that's not realistic. That's just... It would be nice, but it's not going to happen, and that's okay. What I'm going to do, however, is I think I'm actually going to wrap up. Which, I know it kind of sucks for me to wrap up, like, right near the end, like, right after an ad. But I've been going 6 hours. Honestly, viewership hasn't been that great today. And I was planning on wrapping up early anyway. I know Neko is currently on an ad break. So he started it 2 minutes ago, and it should be for 3 minutes. So I'm going to raid into Neko. So what we're going to do is with tuna and vengeance. So what we're going to do, this is going to be the raid message. Make sure you're following so that you can use arrow shoots. This is our raid message. We come with tuna and vengeance. I'm going to let the ads run out on his channel, and then we're just going to raid over. Remember, uploads are from Sunday through Friday. Monday is my long form content. Today, a short went up like an hour ago. Tomorrow, a short's going to go up as well. Saturday is the next stream. We're going to be playing more Dredge. We'll probably program a bit. I want to make sure I'm programming at least like once a week, but that's not always going to happen. I'm not stressing it too bad. And I hope you all enjoy your day. You have a very lovely morning, night, evening, afternoon. That was the other one. And I'm going to wrap up. So take care, all of you. And we're going to raid into Neko despite the fact that he is currently in an ad break because it's been 3 minutes. he should be back. Nope, not a dorkable. Goodbye. Goodbye.